Okay, we are going
Like races?
to, just an FYI, we're going to be live on Facebook soon. That doesn't mean we can continue to chat. Just want to let you know that. So
Okay.
I continue to have to fight with. That doesn't mean we can. Okay, I continue to have to fight with whether I can get on or not. Normally,
I see.
My first attempt to log. I shouldn't say to log in. I got logged in perfectly fine. My first attempt to share the program out to Facebook gets rejected on a regular basis now, and I cannot explain that, to be honest. But what else is new? It's if we weren't
Somebody
fighting
looking at the content and not liking it.
I think it's just a software thing. You know, I spent pretty good amount of money on the very large computer I have in front of me. I do not remember, to be honest. Last time you were here, if the studio was in the shape that it's in now, but I have a very, very large computer in front of me, and I got it secondhand by a company that refurbishes them to keep them out of landfills.
Oh, well, that's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, it actually is a really good thing, and there's some good bargains there too. But I can't. It has gotten to the point where it won't update anymore. So however it runs is basically however it runs. And I think it has sharing the live Zoom video to Facebook has become kind of like threading a needle. Like sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't.
I see. Could this be plain obsolescence?
It's not obsolete. It will be, but it is not as of yet.
I watched that as a youngster on the farm with something as mundane as farm tractors. One company made tremendously good tractors that never broke, never wore out. And the company decided we can't do that anymore. We gotta make tractors and make them fail.
Exactly. You know, my dad used to tell me, despite the fact that I am distracted at the moment, I always get.
Well, you got.
I always get slightly emotional when I speak about my father, but.
Understandably.
So.
I too.
He always told me. We were, I forget what the hell, it was like a Saturday or something. We were being lazy. And here's this, he used to like to watch Motor Week on TV, especially when it was on PBS. I don't know if you're familiar with Motor Week. I would assume you are. But
yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, and it's still on, actually. The half-hour long kind of video version of the magazine. And so when there were commercials on, if he couldn't watch it on PBS, but when there was commercials, he would there would be a commercial on for, you know, something like a I specifically remember this like aluminium kind of funnel looking thing that you could attach to your carburetor. And then it would say, you know, if you could get 100 miles to the gallon, wouldn't you do it?
Oh, yeah.
We'd watch and I'd say, do you really think that works? He goes, well, I don't know if that. And he would tell me, I think that works quite often. I don't know if that works. But I can tell you, do you honestly think that the American automotive industry can't make an engine that gets 100 miles a gallon. And this is back in the 70s, of course, 80s and so on. And I said,
was aware of that. I was aware of that.
yeah. And I said, well,
contention.
I don't know. And he goes, of course they could. So if they really wanted to, they could, because they don't want to. It's not good business. And I thought, all righty. It's interesting then, isn't it? But, you know, yeah. So.
Well, we could go on with that particular issue. And
I know
have
it's kind of
some
strange.
opinions.
It's interesting though. It was just, I don't even.
Well, it's easy
I don't
to
even remember how you and
understand.
I got to that. I don't even remember how we got to that. I don't know how we even get to that story. Why did I get to that? Oh, because I'm fighting with tech. That's what obsolescence, I think, is what it was. And he would just say,
Nothing's
nothing's up. So it was I was saying that more for along the lines of that, you know, it's not profitable sometimes to make things
right. Yeah.
repairable. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's not always profitable.
You're absolutely correct. But on that particular subject, there are limits, and there was for many years that urban legend that somebody had invented a miracle carburetor that would get 100 miles a gallon or whatever, but the automobile industry silenced this guy.
Right. Well, we do know the stories of DeLorean, and then there was a gentleman in the 50s. I remember they made
about
Tucker. Yeah, because Jeff Bridges played him in the movie. How they crushed DeLorean, crushed Tucker.
Well, I don't like competition. Look at the parallel between the two major parties. They don't want a third party coming along to interfere with their party. Party in a different sense.
Right.
They're fun.
Yeah.
Those laws, I'd like that. You know, that's something that'll be included in our progressive platform, as I have been suggesting. Make it easier for third parties to get on the ballot. The way it is now, it's entirely too restrictive, unbelievably restrictive, and that's not right. I still am going to remain with the Democratic Party and try to do from within whatever it can to make it better. I don't envision becoming a third party person. Still, the restrictions are too severe.
I happen to think the easiest way in this country to get to multiple parties, if you will.
Yeah, more competition.
Is ranked choice voting.
Yeah, that's a good first step.
The closest thing that we're really ever going to get to, that we're going to get to
multiple parties.
To multiple parties, or to get to I'm trying to do too many things at once, Franz, I apologize. But
don't apologize.
To just I would say more of a
fair.
Get us kind of on the lines of the closest thing to get to Parliament and or to get the parliamentary system would be ranked choice.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, but I would also say, at the risk of almost sounding hyper partisan or overly partisan, that I'm kind of with you. Let's fix the house we have before we think about building new ones.
Yes, I like that when you commonly say that.
Yeah, I certainly
rather than burn a house down, fix a house.
And let's remember too that we're seeing the weaknesses of the parliamentary system now too. The conservatives have been through 4 PMs in a year, or in 2 years, I think it is now.
Yeah, I believe.
And 3 within the last 6 months, and no one voted for any of those PMs. Those are party elections. So
Yeah.
the parliamentary system has its own weaknesses as well. But that said, if the Democratic Socialists or the Liberal Democrats or the Green Party, or not just Labor and Conservative, but if any of those parties get, X percent of the vote, well, then they get X percent of the representatives. And there's something to be said for that.
I agree. I agree.
Said for that as well. I'm not so sure that doing such a thing would not actually increase not just competition as such, but voter participation. I should think that if there was a party that was more in line with your particular point of view,
more choices, more apt to have participation.
Well, that's my sense. Yeah, I can't quote you chapter and verse, any sort of research to back that up, but it would be my sense that that's what it is. Mr. Mobilio, welcome, sir. You are sideways, just so you know. Unless you want to be sideways, it's okay. Everyone is welcome here. And you're muted, sir. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There it is. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
We are currently live on Facebook, but we are still in our, what we tend to refer to as our pre-show. We go live on the radio at about 5:01. I always give the radio audience an extra 60 seconds. So you are welcome to hang. We are on some Facebook places just to just kind of shooting the breeze here a little bit, and that's it.
I'll sit here and be quiet, and you do your thing.
Oh no, you please feel free. I'm chatting with my dear friend Franz Messerschmidt from Schuylkill County, formerly the Democratic chair of Lebanon County, the last Democratic chair of Lebanon County to turn Lebanon blue. No small feat if you are familiar with Lebanon County.
I am. I'm more familiar with Schuylkill County, but that is impressive.
Yeah, Schuylkill County, the world's largest fracking field.
Well, it's I'll simply say it's a little hard to be humble. I take credit for what I was able to accomplish.
When it's the truth, I don't know that you have to be terribly humble about it.
Well, at least not go to the extreme of constant bragging.
Right.
Even though I've heard there is an Irish saying that goes something like this: "If a man can brag without lying, let him go ahead and brag."
There's another Irish saying that we here in the States usually only use on a Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday, NFL Sunday afternoon. Of course, in Ireland, any night of the week. Let's get pissed. You familiar with that one?
Let's get what?
Let's get pissed.
I'm not following. What's the word? Pest.
Being the Irish colloquialism for drunk.
Oh, all right. Well, there again, I guess if you can get drunk without misbehaving, go ahead and get drunk.
There was some celebrating this week, I can tell you. I'm sure there was a lot of Democrats around getting pissed this week.
Probably a lot of Republicans getting pissed too, just for different
for different reasons. I know what you mean. Yeah. I think the sad bit, we can get to this during the program, of course, is that while technically the United States House majority is still up in the air and not being called yet, it is relatively accepted that the Republicans will take control. By all reporting that I've seen from every source, foreign, domestic, partisan, nonpartisan, that 10 of those Republican gained seats were simply out of districting.
Mm.
They weren't even out of better candidates. You know, although I guess gerrymandering is a traditional method now, but not of the traditional reasons that one candidate should receive more votes than the other. 10 of those seats straight out of the gate were gained just from redistricting inside the states, including 4 of them from New York State.
Mm.
Because the Democratic map that was put forward was so gerrymandered, it was rejected by the courts. The courts drew what turned out to be a Republican tilted map. And they sure as heck took the Democrats to the woodshed for it. Okay, 104.
Sort of the
All right, we're at
sort
2
of
minutes.
mirror image of what Pennsylvania did.
Gentlemen, I'm going to make a run for it. Last visit to the boys' room. I shall return in 1 minute. All right, kids, what do you say we do this thing in? Well, it says we do it right about now.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair?
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the newly blue Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, part of the North American continent, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy, a rather remote part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 13th of November, 2022. I put an extra emphasis on the 13th because if any of you are familiar with, connected to, watch any of that fun things on my wonderful, very, very small TikTok channel, I actually did remember to do my TikTok promotional video today and couldn't remember what the hell date it was. So that's always cool when you're trying to promote your own program and you can't remember what the date is. But I assure you, it is the 13th of November, I promise. We thank you all for being here. We are going to have quite a program. I really enjoy, one of the things that I deeply, deeply enjoy about this program, among many things, is the casualness of it wrapped up in the seriousness of it. We talk heady things here. We talk heavy policy. We talk just big things sometimes. And yet we tend to generally do it with a smile on our faces and with a sort of drop-in sort of feeling that former or past guests on our program can always drop back in. They know how to do that. We welcome repeat guests here because people change, new things happen, new opinions, new news stories. And today is going to be exactly that. I wanted to put together a roundtable to discuss the 2022 election cycle. As you know, we don't necessarily talk just about election day anymore. We talk election cycles. They last for months. Already, you are seeing presidential candidates line up for 2 years from now. There really is no off season anymore. And of course, you have congressional cycle candidates lining up for 2 years from now already. There really is no off day. But so we want to break down everything that happened in this just ended 2022 election cycle. So we are going to have, if you saw the Facebook post of the show announcement, we could have 4, 6, a dozen different folks visiting us throughout the course of the day. One of them is already here, a new friend to the program, not a new friend to me, becoming a better one all the time, which I'm very thrilled about, but a new friend to the program, new face to the program. And we will have quite a number of other folks dipping in and out throughout the course of our time with you this evening. But first, let me get to the business end of the program. You are watching and listening to the Kennedy Effect live for November 13th, wherever you might be on Facebook. And we have shared the program to, at my last check, 104 different places around the Facebook universe. Wherever you might be, you can stay right there. Watch and listen. If you are listening in the background, having dinner, getting ready for school tomorrow. If you're here in the Lehigh Valley, you're bundled up, I hope. It suddenly became winter around here. It was summer just on Saturday, just yesterday, kind of felt like summer. Today, not so much. Winter seemed to have moved in. And certainly on Friday, it really felt like summer. It was stifling humidity around here. But it is winter now. So wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, to groups like pages like Change PA, Conservation Voters of PA, groups like the New Deal Democrats, the Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, the Lehigh College Democrats, Lycoming County, both the Progressive group and the Democratic group, the Bucks Democrats, more groups really than I can all name. I try to name them usually when I'm sharing. I can't remember everybody. We're very fortunate that we have an awful lot of different groups that we share to. So wherever you might be watching inside one of those pages or groups, stay there. You're perfectly great to stay there. I will attempt to keep up with your comments and questions if you should do that inside of one of those groups. However, if you want to come over and visit us on our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, that is where I will see all of your comments and questions, all of them. I will present them to our guests, and I will welcome you as I see you coming in. We are thrilled to be back on hot101.net, one of the originators of global internet radio, hot101.net. We have a three-legged stool here at the Kennedy Effect: Facebook, hot101.net, and TCP. So to my sisters and brothers at hot101.net, we are thrilled to be with you yet again, wherever you may be around the globe. For our listeners in the South Pacific, the Australia, New Zealand region, it's already Monday. Happy Monday, folks. Our listeners dotted throughout the Western European continent, throughout Africa, South America, Central America, North America, and Canada. Well, yeah, North America would have covered Canada, silly boy. But yeah, that covers everybody. Wherever you might be, we thank you for being with us and allowing us to be a part of your day. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, then you have not been listening to me every single week. I tell you how to do it. It's super, super simple. Our name is our web address. It is hot101.net. You can listen on any type of device that connects to the internet. You can also Bluetooth us to a Bluetooth speaker. You can Bluetooth it in your car, to your AirPods, headphones, whatever it might be. And the fun thing is that you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. You don't have to go to our website either. You can always do the apps, Apple App Store and Google Play Store. For Android, you will find the hot101.net apps. And if you have any other type of device, go to the TuneIn Radio app, search for hot101.net. You can listen to us there. And of course, TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, PA, the third leg of our very important stool that houses the Kennedy Effect. Check out TCP. Very, very important presence on Facebook. Very important presence in our Commonwealth, actually, period. Just very, very important. So that covers the business end of the program. One of our roundtable guests is here, but I would like to tell you a story along with him, and I will introduce him as I get past the story. Something really cool happened last week. And you might think to yourself, as I tell this story, well, how the heck is that cool? Well, I sometimes obsess over just how many people tune in to this program. Is it we potentially reach up to 250,000 people worldwide on any time that we are on. Live, I should say. And of course, you continue to watch you can catch the recorded version, of course, on Facebook and YouTube and so on. But when we are live like we are now, kind of the maximum number of people that we can reach is somewhere in the 250,000 range, and that's all over the globe. But sometimes I tend to wonder to myself, I'm obsessed with this little box on the upper left-hand corner of the Facebook feed that I monitor during the program. How many people are actually watching at any one given time? Right now it is 10. And I watch it throughout the program. I'm overly obsessed with it. As April will tell me, I am dramatically overly obsessed with it. But I do sometimes wonder how many folks that we're reaching. Is anybody listening? Is anybody understanding? Are they agreeing? Are they disagreeing? Well, I entered what I'm told is a rapidly growing club of activists, other hosts, opinionated people. After we went off the air last week, not too long after we got off the air last week, I noticed that a couple comments were continuing to come into my Facebook notifications. People were continuing to comment and kind of conversate with each other in the comments section of the post of this show. So I was kind of glancing through them to see if anybody had asked a question that I could answer or something that I maybe wanted to expound upon. because God knows talking for 4 hours wasn't enough. I wanted to see if I could expand on anybody's comment. And then I noticed a comment that was rather large, long, lengthy, and written in all capital letters. So as I began to read it, I realized what it was. I have received my first death threat. Someone commented on this program, began to, as you know, in a digital age, when you type everything in capital letters, it kind of intimates that somebody is screaming at you. So there was quite a rant written there, somehow yet grammatically correct and still punctuated properly, but yet quite a rant about how this particular person was going to kill me and come to my house and burn it down. And think about that. So what did that mean to me? It was a little jarring, to be honest. I did have to report the person, did it straight away. I didn't screenshot the comment. I just didn't think of it at the time. It's a little jarring to have somebody say they're going to come burn your house down. And I got it reported and so on. It happens. And I began to kind of ask around to other hosts, Sergeant Mack especially, April. Hey, this ever happened to you? I posted a little something about it as almost a celebratory type of thing. Then, hey, somebody must be listening because I got a death threat. And then to see the comments come in and go, oh, congratulations, you're part of the club. Oh, yeah, I get those all the time. Oh, I'm used to it by now. That's kind of scary if you think about it. What does that say about who we are and whom we have become? That this is now just a matter of fact, that this is just now a regular course of action for someone to receive a death threat simply because someone else doesn't agree. What does that say about us? What does that say about who we are as a country, as a society? I don't know. I don't honestly know. I do think that we've normalized these things. They are somehow, I don't want to say acceptable because I don't think we've sunk that far. But what does it say about us that a group of people behind there would say, oh yeah, got one of those before. Oh yeah, I've had them before. Oh yeah, it happens all the time. You'll get used to it. Oh, welcome to the club. It's frightening. It's kind of strange. I think maybe that's more frightening than the threat itself. But I just put that out there that quite possibly, somebody that quite possibly more people are listening than I think. So let's see who's next, I guess. Let's see if this becomes a weekly occurrence or if it's a one-off, or I don't know. I'm not quite sure where to take that from there, but I thought I would let you, my audience, know. I just thought I would let you know. What can I say? I thought I'd let you know. Let me get to my guest. I have made him wait long enough. He was actually early. My goodness, a guest was early. If you see snow outside today in Lehigh Valley, you'll know why. Someone was early. I've already gotten a message behind the scenes here that somebody else is having trouble joining what else is new. But regardless, a new friend to the program, not a new friend to me, perhaps a new face to you. Someone I have known for a little while, but continue to get to know better, which I'm very honored by, humbled by, and first time on the program, and that is attorney here in the Queen City of Allentown, Matthew Mobilio. Matt, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me, Jeff. It's my pleasure to be here.
For folks who may not know you, you are new to the program, it's the first time visiting us. Let me greet you with the question that we ask all guests that come here, especially for the first time. Well, always for the first time. Who is Matthew Mobilio, and how did you get here?
Oh man, that's I didn't know I was going to be sandbagged with a question like that. So
Sandbagged. I've never gotten that one.
no, boy, I don't know. It's a very interesting question. I guess is short response is I'm a husband, father of three, attorney, business owner, grew up in a single parent household, very, very right wing Republican Christian evangelical household. You know, three fathers, divorced. One died when I was young. Another was abusive. Mom moved us around a dozen or so times, chasing a husband that is a religious man, because that was the most important thing to her. And grew up in New Jersey, ended up out here because she followed somebody out here, and managed to escape a very precarious childhood and put my nose to the grindstone and got some help from some important people and somehow made something of myself.
What is it? Allentown has become, I think, not unlike Philadelphia. Not exactly the same, but not unlike Philadelphia, has become a target of the right wing, not just inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but literally across the country, as an example, kind of an example city of how democratic governance can go wrong. What do you say about your city?
If you to have that opinion of Allentown shows an ignorance of what actually goes on in Allentown. Democratic governance to some degree, yes, we've had a Democratic mayor for several years, for as long as I can remember. But you've had a mixed bag as far as county commissioners. You have a district attorney who is, by all accounts, just a pawn of the Republican Party, which is causing a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of the issues that we have. You have a county executive who I won't name by name, but who I personally believe is a dino, not really getting the Democratic Party's work done. So you have a lot of, it may appear on paper to be a Democratic stronghold or Democratic, democratically run city, but there are a lot of internal issues, a lot of factions, including within our own party, that I believe, you can't really look at this city and say, this is where Democrats have gone wrong, or this is evidence of Democrats gone wrong. It's what it is. That's more of a macro look at something that needs a more of a micro examination.
What were your thoughts at the end of when we got to Tuesday night? And I could say Tuesday night for a lot of the results locally, not all of them nationally. We continued. We just had a United States Senate race called today in Nevada. I'm told people from Nevada say it's Nevada. I like Nevada. I think it sounds a little classier. That said, and it might be the Irish in me, but that said, what were your thoughts generally as we continue to end and wrap up this 2022 election cycle? What are the impressions that you walk away with from it?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I am a political junkie, as I know you are, and know a lot of I'm sure the viewers are here. And I've watched and voted in every election that's, possible. Every night's election results have always been a celebration in my household. It's always been, we got multiple TVs on. I have pictures that pop up on Facebook all the time of President Obama's first election, where I had a massive wall map of the United States, and I was coloring in states as they came in. Last night, or Tuesday night, I should say, was the first time in as long as I can remember where I avoided watching results come in. I was convinced, as I think a lot of people were, that it was going to be a bloodbath. It was going to be the red wave that everyone had broadcast or forecasted. So I avoided it as much as I could. Now I couldn't help it. Of course, I woke up in the middle of the night and I started checking results. I wish I could say that I think the results show that our agenda is popular and that we've won over the hearts and minds of the public, and that, Biden isn't as unpopular as people think he is. But my general opinion is that it's just a continued repudiation of Republican policies and Republicans in general, as far as elected officials go. The mania, the craziness, the Trumps, the Boberts, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the election deniers. I mean, I was watching MSNBC this morning and I saw that, I think it was, I forget what governor's race it was. I want to say Michigan. I'm not quite sure, but the Secretary of State got more votes than the governor did, because people were so tuned in and are so tuned in on who was in charge of the election.
Right. Who the umpire is, let's say,
Right.
for elections, and how important that can be.
Right. And I think that as long as, the Republicans continue to put up crazies and foment craziness and revolution and, insurrection and do all these things they're doing, it's going to benefit the Democrats. I just hope that it's not lost on the party leader that, at least from what I've seen from the exit polls, it seems more like a pushback against Republican craziness than it is an embrace of Democrat ideas or the Democratic movement.
Why do you suppose, you said something interesting there in that answer, and we do spend a good amount of time on our program discussing the media at large, because I am part of it, but because I am also an observer of it. It's still the way to stay informed, right? You need to consume news. The voters clearly either did not listen to that news, or didn't believe it, or perhaps got motivated to act against it. But we were all told. I always find it interesting how the American people are told how their elections are going to end up before they happen. And so we were told that there's going to be this massive red wave because the opposite party from the presidency always does well in a midterm election. By the way, that only started in 1994. The Democrats held Congress all except for 2 years, from Roosevelt through Reagan, through 94, really. So this is a relatively recent phenomena in our history, but we were all told what was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. Now we know that, although it hasn't been cemented yet, Republicans will in all likelihood take the House. We were talking before we came live on the program that 10 of those House seats can be chalked up, if you will, to gerrymandering in the various states, including 4 of those representatives from New York State. We tend to always think of New York as just New York City, but some of the upstate counties are about as red as you can get in this entire country. So what do you think happened? Did the American people just say, well, we don't care what you say, we'll do what we want to do in the voting booth? Do you think they were motivated, he tried to say, by the, here comes a red wave, here comes a red wave, here comes a red wave? What do you think happened to make the media so fundamentally incorrect?
Looking at the exit polls, I think it was The Atlantic. I read a really interesting article, and it talked about the folks that put issues such as crime or immigration or inflation as their biggest concern coming into this election cycle. And despite that being their biggest concern, that group still voted for Democrats 20 to 30% of the time, which was basically, them saying, well, inflation is my number one issue, but regardless, I still think the Democrats, who, obviously the media and everyone else is blaming for inflation, which is obviously ridiculous, but in any event, still willing to vote for Democrats. I wish I could say it was people coming out because they still believe in our ideas being better. I think it was an obvious combination of Roe going down. Younger people, I think this is the second highest turnout of younger people, college age people in history that turn out to vote. So I mean, that's a big deal. And I think, generally speaking, or ultimately, the Republican Party has become the party of crazy. I mean, I know it sounds simple to say, and well, you just don't like their ideas, and so you call them crazy. No, they are willing to embrace any idea that they think will get them over the finish line, whether it's QAnon, whether it's insurrection was a peaceful event, whatever it might be. And I think that the American people have come to that conclusion that as long as they're not going to be concentrating on any kind of policy ideas, just because Democrats are presumably bad at certain things, which I don't agree with, but I mean, obviously there's a narrative going on that they're presumably bad at certain things, doesn't mean the Republicans are going to be better, especially when they're solely focused on, hashing out old disputes and, the big lie and all these things. I think people are just tired of hearing it. They want answers. They don't want distractions. And that's what the Republican Party's been all about for a long time, but now more so.
Do you think, you mentioned, and it is becoming more of a news story, it is becoming one of the primary, I think, takeaways from this cycle is the quote unquote youth vote, the Gen Z, millennial and Gen Z voting, which seems to be increasing. And by the way, there's going to be more of you folks, Gen Z, millennials, than there will be boomers pretty soon, because time is always victorious. It's becoming a bigger story, but how big of a story is it in your mind?
I think time will tell. I don't think we have enough data or enough elections under our belt where Gen Z is actually voted in to see. It'll be interesting to see what the staying power is of the Roe decision, as far as, is it going to motivate? Is it going to be an every 2-year thing? Reminding Gen Z voters that, hey, every 2 years, this is going to be an issue that you have to come out and fight for. You have to come out and defend. I think time will tell. I mean, obviously the demographics, typically favor Democrats. It's going to be younger vote more Democrat, people of color, although Florida may be telling us something different. But, I think time will tell. But again, as long as the Republicans are focused on the past and about, look, I think Mastriano, one of the funniest things I heard, one of the best commercials I heard was of him being asked if he supported gay marriage, and he said absolutely not. And I was telling my wife, I said, that is an argument that even Republicans have abandoned, and there are still people out there running on that issue. I mean, a halfway decent politician would have said, look, it's the law, it's codified. I don't want to tell people what to do. Personal liberty, individual freedom, yada yada yada. Throw out whatever buzzwords you want. But there's still that vein of the Republican Party that wants to turn the clock back to the 50s or what they perceive to be a better time. And, it's the whole idea of being a conservative or part of the conservative movement is that you want to stop progress, right? You want to turn things backwards. You want to conserve the history or conserve today and not progress. Whereas that is not what this next generation coming up wants. Their whole lives have been progression, almost to a detriment. Social media constantly changing. Attention spans, falling,
Shrinking dramatically.
right?
Yeah, evaporating before our eyes.
Right. And so long as you have people like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham being the standard bearers for your party, and you're not going to win over those Gen Z voters. Now, of course, Democrats, on their hand, risk, alienating them by pushing too far, too fast. I'm as liberal as they come, but I have some disputes with how liberal the party can be at times. But again, it's just, I think as time goes on, you're going to see that the Republicans are going to have no choice but to shift gears, because you're not going to win over 18-year-olds with the same old, you know, fiscal conservatism and, say no to unisex bathrooms and all these stupid wedge issues that don't really advance the ball and get money in people's pockets, get people to work. So they're going to have to change, but time will tell if Gen Z is going to keep coming to the polls based on what the issues are, and whether abortion is still going to be something that they have to defend for years to come. Because keep in mind, some states on this election cycle, I think the abortion issue was on the ballot in 5 states.
I believe so, and was not successful anywhere.
Right.
So far as I'm aware, unless something has changed that I'm not aware of. Even Kentucky voted against abortion restrictions. I would also say, folks, as you know, if you're with me every week, Matt mentioned the Republican Party taking us back to the 50s. Again, I would argue which 50s. I'm kind of thinking the 1850s, not so much the 1950s. I want to welcome in a dear friend, not just to me, but a friend of the program who appears to be, big shock, folks, she's on the move and speaking to me remotely as she is walking around what I'm assuming is, I think you're home in Philadelphia, but is Carmina Taylor.
I'm outside walking my dog.
Nice. I have joined that fraternity, by the way. I'm doing more walking than I even want to, and certainly more than my body is capable of doing. Now that we have added another furry family member, I introduced her to the world last week. But Carmina, welcome back to the program. Thank you for taking time.
I'm double duty because she runs my life. If I don't take her, I take her. So thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Go ahead.
So just give me a quick overview of your thoughts following Tuesday and as we continue to wind down this 2022 election cycle.
So, the one thing that I'm taking away is that it took a plethora of different coalitions and efforts to get Fetterman to win. That's the first thing that I'm thinking about. And that ordinary people got the job done in Pennsylvania. Women of color got the job done in Philadelphia. We ended up having 42% of the vote that came out in Philadelphia. But for me, that's not good enough. You know what I mean? And so I think that we have to spend a lot of time, and I'm going to personally spend a lot of time this next year on educating the voter. I think we have a huge opportunity to get people excited with the municipal and the school board elections. So my thought is that I got to keep pressing on. Luckily, we were able to get a win on the night of the election. But I think that in my opinion, the PA Democratic Party needs to give it up for ordinary people that help them get the win. And that's what I'm thinking about. And there's got to be a lot more engagement with voters and not 6 months before the election. It's got to happen January. After all the holidays, we got to get out there and educate and get people energized. So that's what I'm thinking.
I think one of the scariest news stories that I saw throughout this entire cycle, and I'm talking from pre-primary all the way through, is a series of news stories that hit on MSNBC about maybe 2 weeks before Election Day itself, done by a couple of different reporters about these storefronts, if you will, that are being opened by and paid for by the Republican National Committee. They're called RNC community centers. And they kind of look like
an oxymoron.
Did you see that? Did you see the stories I'm talking about?
No, RNC community center sounds like an oxymoron.
Well, I think we know that it sort of is, but it's a place with, how do I describe the one that I looked at? It kind of looked almost like a real estate office, which is a little even not correct, but there was a section for kids to be there with, toys and coloring books and things. There were desks. There was a place for video presentations. Of course, it's absolutely dripping with literature and posters and, various campaign slogans, propaganda, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they have put these community centers directly in communities of color, especially Latino communities. Now, we already know that there are over 1,500 right-wing hate radio stations in this country. 500 speak Spanish. We have one right here in the Lehigh Valley who has satellite branches in Philadelphia, Reading, etc. So we have our own. But that said, the RNC, whether we believe them to be telling the truth or not, whether we believe their policies to be correct or not, kind of almost isn't my point right now. They are taking it to the communities they are trying to affect.
Mm-hmm.
The Democratic Party has, probably too often, the same way that the Republicans have taken white evangelicals for granted, have probably taken communities of color for granted too often. Do we need to be doing the same thing, even if it's not an actual storefront, DNC community center, but something similar? Do we need to be doing the same thing, a constant, everyday 9 to 5, if you will, theoretically, but you know what I mean, 9 to 5 engagement of these communities?
So here's what I'll say. I'll say that it has to be an intentional outreach. Okay. I tried since April to get both campaigns, Fetterman and Shapiro's campaign, to join me in having a women of color conversation series across the state, not just in Philadelphia, but in Northeast PA, North Central PA, all over the state, Southwest PA, and they just wouldn't do it. And, at the end of the day, to be honest with you, Democrats can't win on state and national elections without women of color, period. There's not an equation.
I would say they can't win any. I would say they can't win any.
Well, I'm just saying in particular, because when you look
at any level.
But here's the point. We have to do the intentional outreach. Like, Josh is going to have to do something after this election. Fetterman is going to have to do something after this election, because you cannot continue to keep winning these skin of your teeth elections and not honor the base of people that make a difference. So I think overall, the Democrats have to really educate voters. Like, I'm really concerned about the school board elections next year. This is the 5 slaughter, meaning that this is the majority of the school boards. These are the 5 candidate race. And I've been, as you know, Jeff, been going all around Pennsylvania for the last 18 months. And I'm thinking about a Williamsport. I'm thinking about a Johnstown. I'm thinking about Uniontown. I'm thinking about all these other rural counties that have a good portion of minorities in their school systems, and there's no representation on the board that reflects nearly the student body. So yes, the answer is yes. So I'm feeling that I have to do more as an advocate, and I have to push the powers to do more, because we can't just keep coming to the marginalized communities at the 11th hour. We just cannot do that. So
I want to build on something that you said, Carmina. I want to make sure that I have this fact correct. You just said it, so I'm being repetitive, but I want to build on it if I can, with both of you, of course. You're the guests. I get to talk all the time. You mentioned, if I have this correct, if I heard you correctly, that the voter turnout in the city of Philadelphia was 42%.
Right. And that's a huge increase from the last 2 cycles, which were 19 and 21. But that's nothing. That's really nothing. That's still.
Well, it also means that 58% didn't.
Exactly.
So what is missing? What is missing in Philadelphia? What urgency, what message is missing there? And then I would turn the question to you, Matt, because I know the voter turnout, I don't have the voter turnout percentages in front of me. I can try to Google them quickly while everybody's speaking, but I would assume that the turnout in Allentown wasn't terribly much better than Philly. So Carmina, what do we
Because
do?
people are disengaged and ill-informed. They listen. I said up until 3 weeks before the election, I said I'm gonna be honest. I said I didn't think Fetterman was gonna win because Philadelphia wasn't excited. He had two events in pockets of the city that have a good portion of minorities, but 99% of the people that were in his rallies were white in the city of Philadelphia. That's because he did not make an intentional approach and connection. But it wasn't until the Black women that are community leaders, ward leaders, legislators, all of these people in the end got the vote out. You know, women of color. I don't want to name names, but I'm telling you, if it wasn't for that, because if you look at the next state race, okay, I guess it would be the row offices. We're not going to win statewide if we don't get Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to perform, period. And the reality is nobody comes to these areas until it's too late. Nobody comes to Johnstown. Nobody comes to Uniontown has 27% of people of color. Williamsport has a significant amount. 84% of the Black people in Uniontown are from Philadelphia. Okay, nothing has been intentionally out there. Johnstown, it's very transient. They have a huge minority population in Johnstown because they've given them public housing certificates. So people from Camden, Philly, New Jersey, other parts of Jersey have moved to Johnstown. Now, when I went across the state with Brandon Flood and did Put Your Pardon in the Pipeline, I had people that were formerly incarcerated by the state that didn't even know that they could vote. And then I told them, you know, the lieutenant governor's position oversees the board of pardons. Be an engaged voter. See what that man is saying or that candidate is saying, because your life is impacted on how he runs the board of pardons. So those are just some examples of the reality of what is going on in places that I have observed that the party has not done enough. And so people are checked out. They're checked out. And it takes a lot to excite a voter. But you can't just keep coming to them. You know, everybody gets through on the primary as long as they get their little win column. And then you expect people to turn it around in 3 months? No, not at all.
Matt, your thoughts?
Hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
And
Okay.
you know, I agree with her 100%. But also, I would add, and I'll use it just as an example from my own experience. Here in the Allentown area, Enid Santiago, who was a client of mine, she ran against Peter Schweier the last 2 years in the primary. Enid, her district previously 2 years ago was all Allentown. She walked the streets, her and her team knocked on every single door. They came within, I want to say 100 votes or 80 votes of unseating a Democrat, white Democrat who was representing the city of Allentown. That next year is when the maps changed in Pennsylvania. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but my belief is that there was, obviously input from leadership, input from Democrat state folks onto, what that map is going to look like. Well, her district, obviously she's a Latina woman running against a white man in the city of Allentown. Her district went from Allentown to now it is Allentown, Salisbury, and Emmaus.
Exactly.
And she lost, I think, 2-1. I think it was like 65% went to Peter Schweier this time around. And when she lost last time, she came to him and said, look, you see how connected I am to the community. You see how many people support me. What are you going to do for the community, for the Latino community, now that you know how much strength we have? He made every promise under the sun, didn't come through on any of them. Continued just to campaign mostly for, the white folks that he knew he could win over. And same thing happened this last cycle. And that is, and again, I'm not one to be a dem on dem criminal, but made the promises, going to reach out to the Latino community, did not do the work, did not introduce anything that would benefit the Latino community. And now he's gerrymandered into a district where he doesn't have to worry about Enid anymore. He doesn't have to worry about, her supporters, her group. So I think a huge problem is that, as Carmina said, there's a lot of lip service. This is going to help you. That's going to help you. But there's not a lot of, here's a very program we're proposing that's going to help underprivileged communities. Here's what we're going to do about housing. Here's what we're going to do about this and that. It's more of just, well, my plan overall is going to help you because it's going to help everyone. And unless we're engaging with them directly, of course they're going to go for other people. And, the Republican idea, this RNC community center, whether it has success or not is going to depend on whether they're actually proposing bills and legislation that helps them. Because again, otherwise it's just going to be them being taken advantage of at the last second to try to get them over the hump on the finish line. But when's the last time you saw a Republican propose a bill that helps underserved communities? So they can have all the coloring books and posters they want, but if they're not going to actually propose any legislation that helps them and just try to sell them on, well, hard work means, we're going to make sure you have a job. And so it's hard work. And that's what America's all about. Okay, great. But things are not equal. So we've got to start coming up with ideas and plans that directly benefit those communities and not just, coming out to bring them out to vote on the day of.
President Biden has passed an agenda that is very arguably, if not overwhelmingly, the most progressive set of legislation, at least since the Great Society of President Johnson, arguably since the New Deal. The Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, the child tax credit, which was given and then taken away because it couldn't be extended from a Republican filibuster. The infrastructure bill, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, $300+ billion to take on climate change. Record investments in, I think probably since Reagan, the highest cost of living adjustment to the positive in Social Security in probably the last 40+ years. This is an extremely progressive, if you will. Actually, I've talked about progressivism just being the roots of the party. I don't think it's anything new and fancy, but being this is the most progressive agenda. He's also actually appointed more judges than any other president at this point in his term. They happen to look like America. Gee, what a shock! Judges of color and so on. But that said, so this record exists. It's there. It's there. So why doesn't anybody know about it? Carmina?
Okay, because no one's doing it. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes. We got you.
Because no one's doing intentional.
Well, you're in your dead spot in your house there, young lady. You sound like a robot.
All right, hold on.
I apologize. If you need to duck out and come back in, please.
No.
Okay. I totally get it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying is there is not intentional outreach and education. You've got to start spending time with the candidates, not just around an election cycle. How do you explain the phenomenon in Hazleton that there's not any representation from the Hispanic community? 2 reasons: disengaged voters and non-intentional outreach.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for that. I do not in any way disagree with you, but let me just play devil's advocate for the sake of the conversation. At what point is it incumbent upon the voter to be informed?
Absolutely.
It's not difficult. In all honesty, it really isn't that hard to be informed, caught up, fill in a blank on current events. And you don't have to subscribe to 900,000 different websites to do it. There's still plenty of free places to get the story. And if you don't trust Fox on the one end of it and MSNBC on the other end of it, there are foreign news sources to get it, which is what I tend to go to for the most part, not exclusively, but certainly the majority. And then if you don't trust the foreign ones, NPR and PBS still exist. So at what point is this on the voter, not
Right,
just the
but
candidate and the parties?
listen to me. If you're talking about a population of people that are disengaged, they don't even know where to look. A lot of these young people, let me give you my outputs of conversations with young people in general, and or that's a disengaged voter or a disinterested voter or whatever, right? Young voter in Philly. The ones that I've talked to that don't vote, they feel like politics has nothing to do with their life. They don't get it. They think that it's just, you know, a whole bunch of mess. They don't understand about environmental justice, even though it impacts them every day. I'll tell you what, the summer when the welfare, the food stamp benefit was being reduced, there was young girls all over Facebook talking about, but I still got the same amount of kids, but they're reducing my benefits. And then Dwight Evans said, well, you need to know who's on the agriculture committee in U.S. Congress. I sit on the agriculture committee. So like, you can't expect them to just get interested. We have to get them excited to get interested so they can explore. And that's what I have done. I had loads of young people calling me on Tuesday, you know, making sure, you know, in Philadelphia that they understood the ballot question and all the people that were running in their area. So it's about planting a seed, and hopefully you're doing it in a way that engages them. That I feel like my Civic Saturdays are a means to inspire people, but that's because I'm, you know, infectious like that. But the reality is, Jeff, we're dealing with a lot of people that don't even know where to start because they've always been out the loop. So it's a twofold responsibility, because you definitely have to talk about citizenship and your civic duty, but you have to start somewhere.
Can I add to that? Just
Of
Jeff?
course, I was going to come to you anyway, but yeah.
You know, one thing too is that we talked about some of the things like the diversity of judges, judge appointments, and infrastructure bill and transportation, and a lot of those important things that Biden has done. But if you go into an underserved community and there are people struggling with hunger, with homelessness, with joblessness, with issues that are so far important, or so far more important than that's, I'm not saying it's not more important than diversity of judges, but if it's an immediate concern, immediate need, you know, that's not going to resonate. It's not going to resonate that, you know, all these judicial appointments and diversity of them. It's going to be, how do I feed my kids? My, like Carmina said, you know, my food allotment has been reduced. It's a lot of things that, you know, it's a luxury for some of us, for a lot of us, to be able to be proud of judicial appointments, because we don't have to worry about hunger, homelessness, and all those types of issues. But when you go into those underserved communities and you go in there, if your plan is to sell them on how you're going to rubber stamp judicial appointments, and there's 4 people sleeping on a single, you know, uncovered mattress because their landlord doesn't want to fix their electricity or their plumbing, and they can't, you know, find anywhere else to live, it's hard to make that sell. And I'm not saying that that's everyone or every person of color, obviously, but we have to understand that what is a priority to one group is not necessarily a priority to other group, or even necessarily on their radar.
So Jeff, Matt and Jeff, did you guys see MSNBC when they spotlighted Braddock? They was talking to mothers, single mothers in Braddock, in Fetterman's own town. And the mother of 2 said, look, I have one in school, one at home. I can't work. I can't pay for daycare. You know, I don't know all the issues. I know that Fetterman's there, but you know, it's a push for me to get out there and vote, because I've got other things to worry about. People are just trying to live and exist behind COVID. And so that goes with the word that I chose, Jeff, intentional outreach. So I'm just saying, and that was a woman that was white. You know what I mean? Like the
Mhm.
human condition. Like because I've been going around rural PA, here's the reality, right? When school districts are 97% white in rural Pennsylvania, the poverty rate is 30 to 50%. When you add Black and brown, the poverty rate starts at 50% and goes up to 90%. The common denominator is that there's poor white rural families in PA. So for me, it's not about race, it's about human condition. And what are we going to do? Now, for me in Philadelphia, it's about numbers and participation and engagement. We got blessed. The reality is that moderate Republicans helped us beat Oz and Fetterman. But if the next governor cycle comes and they have a strong Republican candidate, it's going to go back to being dirty again. So I just, Jeff, I thank you so much for your program and your intellect. And Matt, it's been a pleasure listening to you. But, we're talking to each other. And what I do is I need to continue to talk to people that don't know. And that's what I think we have to do. And influence the Democratic Party to do better. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I will claim some guilt there. I mean, no matter how much, it's interesting when someone will kind of shoot me a comment during the week about how sick they are of seeing my promotion for this program, or how can you please not include us in this and that and the other. I know that a lot of the folks that I'm talking to probably agree with everything that we're talking about, but we have to, it's the reason that I started this, is that there continues to be, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm happy to be corrected if somebody wants to correct me. I'm really quite happy to be corrected. I only don't know what I don't know. And that this Commonwealth, and I think increasingly nationwide, and actually increasingly worldwide now, after we've seen what the elections ended up in Italy, that we need some fact checking out there. We need some conversations. We need some casual, a little bit lighthearted, not overly weighty conversations about overly weighty topics. We need truth. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. Is it snowing? I said truth, and facts and science and data, because they are irrefutable. And the lessons of history. I am trying to reach the people who are not in our circles. I think we are, or I don't think somebody would have threatened to kill me last week. But I think but I only say that not just to pat myself on the back, but to say I think we are trying. It doesn't mean that we couldn't do better. I think the point that Carmina makes is really, really salient, that we can't just go to any community of color, white communities, poor communities, rich communities, rural, urban, suburban, mixed families, farmers, financiers, 3 weeks before the end of an election cycle.
Right.
If this has become quite literally a full-time job for hundreds, if not thousands of people across the Commonwealth, I suspect it's in the high hundreds, could be higher, and probably tens of thousands of people nationwide. If it's a full-time job for them, that literally political professionals, by the time they woke up on Wednesday morning, the 9th, were already on to the next cycle. And if they weren't on Wednesday, they will be on Monday. Then, as far as lining up candidates, beginning to fundraise, what's my path to victory, for any one of a myriad of different offices, school board up to president of the United States. If that can be a full-time job, then the engagement can be a full-time job, and should be a full-time job. I still continue to believe in the better angels, the better nature of Americans from all ends of the political spectrum. They want to be spoken to. I think Americans want to be engaged. Even though I think the elections now show us that Florida is a solidly red state and that Ohio is a solidly red state, except for the miracle that continues to be Sherrod Brown, and why we don't learn from him is just gobsmacks me every time. How somebody is so thoroughly progressive as he continues to win in Ohio, and usually pretty comfortably, but no one seems to learn anything from it. But that said, that regardless of what these states are and how they're voting, I still think that most Americans want to be engaged. I do think there's a section of Americans, I happen to think it's the majority, and that means there's Republicans in there too, that do realize that sometimes you get the government you voted for. Hence, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, Montana, Idaho. Sometimes you get the government you voted for. But anyway, 6:04 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 13th of November, 2022. The end, or we're nearly at the end of the 22 election cycle. Actually, I guess the 2022 election cycle will end on December 7th, December 6th or 7th, with the Senate runoff election in Georgia, but we're almost home. We're probably more than 90% of the way there. We're breaking down what happened on Tuesday and what happened throughout the entire election cycle, and where does the country go from here. Carmina Taylor and Matthew McGilly are with me now. I'm expecting quite a number of guests to be filtering through for the remaining 3 hours of the program. Please remember that following me immediately on our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, on the hot101.net Facebook pages, and of course on the radio at hot101.net. Sergeant Mac follows me. Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View, comes up right after me. So wherever you might be on Facebook right now, you can stay right where you are. We are grateful to every single group, every individual, every page, every you name it, fill in proper insert proper term here, part of Facebook. We're grateful to every single one of you that is willing to allow our program to be part of your little corner of the Facebook universe. We could not be here without you. We continue to encourage, he might even say beg, continue to encourage you to share this program from that group page or your individual feed, if you will, to anywhere that you feel it appropriate, whether that be other groups, pages, or Crazy Uncle Larry before Thanksgiving, because you know every family has one, and you don't want to argue with Larry all the way through Thanksgiving dinner. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. So please feel free to share this program anywhere that you see it appropriate. If you want me to see your comments and questions, please come over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information is our home. It is a home for all things surrounding this program and all the topics that we talk about. To my sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for allowing me to be part of your day. Depending on where you are around the globe, could be Monday, could be later on Sunday, could be 6:06 p.m. like it is here on the East Coast. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sunday, Monday, wherever you might be around the globe. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it's really easy. Our name is our web address. You can listen on anywhere that you can access the internet, desktops, laptops, everything, anything that connects to the internet. Thank you. You can connect and listen to us. Also, if you don't want to use the website, you can go to the apps, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app if you should happen to have a device other than an Android or an Apple. You can also Bluetooth it to Bluetooth speakers, and you can tell your smart speaker, Alexa specifically, hey, Alexa, you can play hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the cultured professional from Lancaster, PA. Check out their Facebook presence. It is an important voice and important presence. Matt has to leave us. I hope that your first experience, sir, was a good one. I thank you for being here and for sharing your thoughts with us. It means a lot to me. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Carmina. It was awesome. I had a great time, and I'd love to come back again sometime in the future. Appreciate it.
Just send the check. We'll get you right back on. I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding. That's not how it works. I'm just, thank you, brother. I really mean it. Thanks so much. I'm very grateful.
You got it. My pleasure.
All right, take care. So we will be having other people, popping in and out through the show. Carmina remains with us. I'm trying to multitask here, folks, and I'm not very good at multitasking because one of our
Jack, get off.
you're all twisted up again. You got a dead spot somewhere in that house. It's very
Wow.
strange. It's very strange.
It is because it's not that big. It's not that big.
Right.
Listen,
And
I can get off and
And it's not like you're in the middle of nowhere. I mean,
listen, well, I live in a high-rise condo with like 1,200 people. Listen, how did Amanda do?
For those who may not know who Carmine is asking about, that's Amanda Waldman. She was running for the United States House of Representatives from the 15th district. Sadly, she was defeated quite roundly, to be quite honest with you. I think it ended up being 70 to 30%. It was quite a thrashing, unfortunately. To be fair, I don't think that Amanda held any preconceived notions that she might be victorious. It is an extremely red district. The voter registration favored the Republicans, I think, by 20%, or 20 points, I should say. But I think we were certainly hoping that I'm being corrected. She was in the 9th. I never remember my numbers. I never remember my district numbers. We were all hopeful that she would close that gap at least a bit more. And I think this is the importance. I think someone like Amanda, there are a lot of Democratic candidates that ran for office across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across the country and her territories that ran knowing they had no chance, but they ran anyway. And that's important for democracy.
Yeah, I agree.
Democracy demands two functioning political parties. We don't have that here in this country currently. There's only one functioning political party, but it demands two. And uncontested elections, to me, are fundamentally undemocratic. Small d democratic. You need at least two people standing there vying for your vote, taking on the job interview, if you will. I think the expression that an election is a job interview is not just quaint, it's accurate. It is a job interview. Two people are vying for a job.
So, Jeff, can you hear me, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
So couldn't it be that Jackie's run and Amanda's run, because they chose not to make those races uncontested, couldn't that have been some of the uptick in terms of the rural vote, that they said, oh, John Fetterman performed better? Think about that. If they didn't run.
Oh, I believe that 100%, but I also think that they did the real work.
Absolutely.
They did the real work of attending every event, taking every phone call, going to every meeting, connecting with every single individual that was willing to speak to them. Yes, I'm sure it benefited Mr. Fetterman. I'm sure it benefited Mr. Shapiro. I'm sure it benefited other Democrats around them, but it benefited, and by the way, it benefited the party itself. But the ultimate winner in all of that is small d, is democracy itself.
Absolutely.
That two people went out there and ran for this office, and that the very wealthy and comfortable Republican incumbents actually had to get off their asses and work for it. That's democracy.
Yeah.
That's democracy. So yeah, they didn't, you know,
And to me, that's why they need to be lauded.
you're in and out again.
I said that's why they need to be lauded.
Right. I agree. They should be. And I do think it's the, you know, actually it was Jay Grandis mentions in the chat, Amanda Waldman and Jackie Baker have real heart. They do have real heart. They do. And there are Democratic candidates, and to be fair, there are Republican candidates all across the country and in the territories that did exactly what Amanda and Jackie did. That two people should be standing, a minimum of two people should be standing for these offices. It's important for democracy. It means everything to democracy. It does. You need at least two functioning political parties to have a real democracy. We've only got one functional one right now. But I think that where the real heart comes into it is not just getting a name on the ballot to make sure that people have more than one name, but actually getting out there, taking, you know, having this effort nearly completely consume your life. Remember, Amanda Waldman worked full time. She worked a full-time job, 40 plus hours a week, given the commute. At the same time, she ran for the United States House of Representatives. Her incumbent opponent, by being an incumbent, had all the time in the world to keep running, and certainly all the money. So that is really, it makes what she did, I think, all the more impressive. And there are people like her, men and women, all across the country who did the same thing for the sake of democracy. Carmina, President Biden mentioned in a speech after Tuesday, I think it was Wednesday when he spoke. If it wasn't Wednesday, it was Thursday. And said that democracy passed the test yet again, that democracy in the United States held firm. Do you believe that to be correct?
On paper, yes. Theoretically, yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. I mean, theoretically, I think, again, there was a lot of emotional votes out there. There was a lot of energized votes, but the energized votes were those people like Jackie and Amanda and other people that were getting people out to vote, to get engaged. So in theory, yes, democracy won because we had uncontested races. We had people that were able to vote for the candidate of their choice, and we got the bad guys out. But we still need to do work on why democracy matters. Now, typically and historically, Democrats take their win and they rest. And then maybe 6 to 8 months later after their win, they decide to get back into another race. We can't afford to do that. We can't afford to do that in Pennsylvania.
You think that, do you think that there are more big D Democratic serial candidates than there are Republicans, or just a general bad trend throughout politics that, you know, the day after you win an election, you're looking to the next?
I think that historically the Democrats do not go for the next fight after their next win, after their last win. They always rest. Like, I don't know if it's going to be different under Sharif, but you know, next year's election for the city council in Philadelphia is a big deal. We already have 3 candidates of color that are running, and 2 are women. And so it's going to be very important to engage that vote during the primary. But we want people to know why they need to vote. You've got municipal elections out in all these other counties. You got county commissioners. Like I looked at Fayette County. If the independents and the Democrats voted on issues in Fayette County, you could have a real Democrat run that county. You could have a real Democrat that's a mayor in the city of Uniontown. And when I say real, I'm saying that there are Democrats in these rural counties that are really Republicans. But they choose to run Democrat to be the minority commissioner. They choose to run Democrat to get some type of leverage in other spots.
Yeah,
So,
filing.
so again, democracy won in theory. But real democracy is defining why it matters every time there's a race. How about that?
Let me read a couple comments from the Facebook feed. Carmina, take your reactions. Christy Murphy Moore says, yes, running Dems in those areas, the rural areas, the red areas, is how we keep voters engaged from year to year. Those volunteers and voters will hopefully stay engaged through our municipal elections. Your response, Carmina?
Absolutely. 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 I forgot her name already, but
Christy.
That's exactly what we have to do. Because then when people locally see that they have the power to dominate how they want their local elections to turn out, then they have a personal, hands-on local evidence that democracy wins. Now we knew that we had some big pictures that we had to deal with the Senate and our governor. But now we're talking about your county. Now you're talking about your town, your township, your borough, your city. So I'm starting January 2nd. I'm actually going to start talking about it in December. But yes, I think we have to keep it up because then they can see some change. I think I've been doing Uniontown for the last 2 years, and most of the voters are just so used to believing that nothing can be done. I looked at the numbers. I looked at the registered voters, Jeff. A lot of people don't. But statistically and by gross numbers, it doesn't have to be that the way that it is.
Right.
You can have a more representative local government if people understood the numbers. That you have to excite them. And then start asking for accountability. Can I share something that I'm very proud of about Uniontown?
Of course.
So last week, I guess, whatever the first Thursday was in November, the City Council of Uniontown received notification from the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development that they were being flagged for not complying with their 2020 and 2021 financial statements. And that flag meant that they weren't able to execute any of their financial payments under any grants that they have going on in the city. And that led to the month before where we demonstrated democracy by showing representative voice, holding them accountable. So now the city council is handicapped because I notified the state of lawlessness. And luckily enough, that because I'm a taxpayer in Pennsylvania, I was able to get something to move. But I had to also educate people in Uniontown about that aspect of making democracy work and holding people accountable. And so as a result of that, we are putting together a petition under the ordinance of voters. I think it's the ordinance of voters. There's a law in Pennsylvania that in your local municipality, if you get 100 signatures, You can get an ordinance changed, or you can get an ordinance presented to your governing body to change the way things work. So now we are putting together an ordinance to get rid of the city clerk. So I keep trying to work with people in Uniontown to exercise their citizenship, because a Democratic representation is needed in Uniontown. And because I've been at it for 2 years as an advocate and an activist, we got a win last week. And I'm very proud of that. Because what the local people have been used to is accepting what the city has said to them. And my point is, they've been focusing on smoke and mirrors on Antoinette when they're not doing their job. The city clerk has been there for over 10 years, and there's 3 consecutive years that she just hasn't complied with the state requirements. So that's just another example of citizenship, accountability, and democracy. It can be done. Everyone that's listening, it can be done.
Yeah, and you actually I was going to say when you were telling that story that geez, if they just had a functioning treasurer, probably none of that would have happened. I haven't heard from Antoinette. We should probably revisit that story coming up now that the election cycle is over. I want to read another comment in the Facebook feed and get your reaction to it. Patricia mentions, we could not unseat any of our incumbent Republicans in the, I'm not sure what abbreviations you're using there, Patricia. I think you mean in the Harrisburg area. We couldn't even defeat Scott Perry, a man who was actually under investigation for being part of the insurrection January 6, 2021.
That's
Although
awesome.
Shemaine Daniels got closer than our previous candidates, she did make him actually knock doors and show up this time. I was happy we had no Republican run unopposed here in this election. Can
I say what my reaction to that is? Someone should have helped that community look at the numbers and get people out. The problem is there's more poor people in Scott Perry's district than rich. And the reality is Scott Perry gets his campaigns funded from outside sources. No one in his district per se, real people are paying for his campaign. So my answer to her is progress takes time. And yes, there was progress, but there's got to be a significant amount of people that did not vote to get Scott Perry out. And that goes to my point again, Jeff, of educating the voter. Why does Harrisburg City not have representation either? I went to Harrisburg City and they said they don't care. They don't care about local elections. They should have more representative government in that area, but they don't, because people are not getting out to vote.
Right.
So I mean, progress is progress.
So then how do we explain, or do we explain, the effect of the Dobbs decision, the overturn of Roe, as far as animating, energizing, insert proper term here, those voters? How do we still, if the Dobbs decision was that important, and believe me, I believe it is important. My question, though, is a little more from the devil's advocate point of view. Why, if Dobbs was that important, then why still did only 42% of the eligible voters in the city of Philadelphia vote? It seems to me it should have been higher than that. Because
the disengaged voters don't care. Jeff, they don't care. They don't care. That is my experience. They do not know how that dot is connected to their life. They don't feel the fact that their rights could be taken away. They just don't care. Well, can I ask another devil's advocate question, please? And again, these are just devil's advocate questions. I'm not
You are
can
not
take anything.
responsible. You're not responsible for all of this. I'm just asking.
No, I'm
Um,
fine.
Um, how many of these folks that continue to not vote, do they understand that nothing is gained by a lack of participation? When is the last time that any constituency in this country, any, gained anything by removing themselves from the process?
But you're again assuming that they have that concept in their mind. Here's the deal.
Okay, and that's
By
why I asked. I
September,
want to learn.
no, that's fine. That they're just not there, Jeff. September 10th, I had an event in City Hall. Kadita Kenner, at that moment, said that only 15% of the young people in Philadelphia were registered to vote. 1-5, Jeff.
Mhm.
September 10th. And the deadline to register to vote was October 24th. So I think that between Kadita and Angelique Henson, they had an approach to get young people out to vote. But I don't think it was over 50%. Well, I'm going to disaggregate the data. But the reality is we have to get people, and it's a lot of work. Education advocacy is a lot of work, and reaching young people to get them to understand things is a lot of work. But the reality is something has to shift. We can't be comfortable with even 42% of the turnout.
Oh, goodness, no. No. I mean,
but it's an improvement from the last two cycles, though. In the primary, okay, it was 21%. But the last general in 21 was 19% turnout. So me,
that might be a different topic for a different day. Personally, I think those quote unquote off year or odd year elections should be shifted into a regular even year cycle, and then you would see participation skyrocket. New Jersey has done this before. That said, though, am I oversimplifying it? Do you think, Carmina? I might very well be, but I'm asking, is this what happens when we don't make civics education a priority in schools?
Absolutely.
Or is it maybe one component of it? It's not the whole reason.
Well, it needs to be incorporated again. I mean, the reality is,
and emphasized, I should say.
Absolutely. But guess what? Because reading and math are still having poor outcomes. I'm looking at school districts in Montgomery County changing their programs, doing block scheduling, doing all these other approaches just to get reading and math up. So that's what has happened. Over time, some of the basic stuff is not hitting the multitude of people that need just the basics. So then civics looks like a real extra. That's the problem. And then the kids that do perform well, the AP and honors kids, they have a plethora of intellectual choices to make. But there's more kids that are not in AP and honors classes. And if you're still dealing with fundamentals, where does that work in a scheduling manner in terms of academic basics? Because the reality is reading and math is still a problem across the board.
Gotcha.
In public education.
Just a general underfunding too. Yeah, absolutely. 6:32 Eastern time.
Right.
It's the Kennedy
I'll
Effect.
get off. I see you have Jordy on there.
Well, you don't have to go anywhere, but if you wish, we are very, very thrilled that you came at all, and that every time I call you, you jump in and you step up. Your opinion is not only just informed; it's extremely important. I'm very grateful for your friendship. You're welcome to stay if you wish to go.
Well, I'm going to listen to Jordy. I'm just so curious as to what he has to say at this juncture. So I'm going to get off because I'm sure people are tired of my voice. But look at all of the factors that I brought in and the dynamics of what's going on in different parts of the region of the state. That's a whole nother thing, right? Because different regions in the state have used to be, they're used to, we function in silos and in our own regional norms, which vary. That's all I got to say. All right, I'm muting.
You got it.
Sure. I mean, it's always nice to hear different perspectives, and Carmina is so involved in all over the state and in the communities where she is in Montgomery County. But from what I heard, I just heard the tail end. I mean, about civics education for sure, but I don't think you should call it civics. I mean, civics is, we have this tendency to make the study of power and the use of power sound like the most dry, boring thing in the world. Call it, power and how things happen. Why do some people get ahead and some people are oppressed? I mean, I know that's controversial, but civics is like the flow chart, and the boxes and circles of an org chart of government is not interesting. What's interesting is to say, why is housing this way in this neighborhood? Why is school funding this way in our state or this neighborhood? And just unspool it from there. So that would be my 2 cents on education. I don't know that a lot more courses on the Pennsylvania Constitution will make a whole hell of a lot of difference. I think talking to people where they're at about why the choices they have are either constrained or choices have been taken off the table is far more relevant from ages 6 to 106.
We are at 6:34 Eastern time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 13th of November, 2022. The roundtable continues to circle, if you will. Folks coming in, folks coming out. We're thrilled to have everyone here. Wherever you might be on Facebook, our home group Facebook page is That Other Side of Information. If you want to interact with me, I am trying to keep up to see if there are any comments in any of the other groups. We have shared the program to well over 100 places yet again this week, and we thank every single one of you for allowing us to do it. Our home page is That Other Side of Information. You can come there. I will see your comments and questions. As you are aware, I've been reading them throughout the program. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen on any type of device that can connect to the internet, desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, smart headphones, if you will, because I think they connect directly. You can Bluetooth to anything. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. Thomas Bishop, The Villain's View, comes up directly following us at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m. Eastern time here on That Other Side of Information and on hot101.net. And of course, TCP, The Culture Professional from Lancaster, PA, a very, very important voice in our Commonwealth. If you have missed any of our program, George will work his video magic after this show is over, and you will be able to find the full recorded version of it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/That Other Side of Information. We can also be found on, look at me turning to my cheat sheet. We can also be found on, oh, that's very blurry with my reading glasses on. I can't read it from this distance. You can also find us on Twitter at That Kennedy Talk. You can find us on Instagram, Patreon, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube are all That Other Side of Information. You can find us on all the big socials. I would go into some long diatribe about how Mr. Musk has changed Twitter, except that I barely use it, to be honest. I don't read it much. I don't use it probably the way I should, April would tell me, as far as promotions and such, but we are there. We can be reached there. And I sincerely hope that you will follow us there. And it's just yet another way for us to stay in touch with each other. And for folks who might not be terribly into Facebook, but they are into Twitter, they can find us there. And again, please, if you find me on Twitter, let me know. And if you want to pass on the old handle for us at Twitter, do a like, subscribe for all of these lovely, lovely things. We would be grateful. Jordy Comas joins us now. Jordy, let me start with a very, very simple question. And that is, just generally speaking, your takeaways from what is coming down to the conclusion of this election cycle. I guess you could make the argument that doesn't really technically end till the Senate runoff in Georgia, but generally speaking, as we continue to narrow down what's left to be decided, so to speak, in this 2022 election cycle, your general takeaways. I think you're still muted.
Yep, I'm a pro.
I do it on my own show.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think first of all, thank you for having me. I have not really
welcome back. And thank
Yeah.
you for making the time. That's the important thing. It's not just that you, it's not just, believe me, it's not the invitation. It's that you took us up on it. So thank you for that, for taking the time on a Sunday evening, and welcome back to the show.
Thank you. You know, sorry, what I was going to say was, I feel like I want like 3 weeks to really wait for all the results to be counted, to like see the data, sift through it. I'm not great at like hot takes. So, you know, I learned several things from just listening to you and Carmina talk that I didn't know. And part of that, for people who don't know, is the last 9 months I've been working for Action Together, NEPA. So, you know, I've gone from somebody who consumed a lot of news media to somebody who's just doing a lot of the work. And so I'm just not as plugged into that. Having said all of that, I think one big takeaway, which is something we need to remind ourselves and our allies about all the time, is that an election is two things. It's the percentage of votes you won, but what is as, or I would say more and more important every election cycle, it's who votes. And who votes, the way we can affect who turns up to vote, is so important. But a lot of the analyses kind of say like, well, it was 51% this person versus 49 this cycle versus last cycle. And there's a tendency to assume that is the same percentage of the same electorate. Every election is a different electorate. And so Obama's wins in 08 and 12, different people voted than when Trump barely won in 16 and when Biden won in 20. And so, you know, I think there's a lot of powerful media actors and voices who are very invested in trying to say this versus this mattered in terms of 51-49 or 52-48 because of active choices that were made, you know, in the control room, in the war room where elections are happening. But a lot of the story doesn't get covered because it's about the work that so many groups do to register new voters, to encourage people to vote. There was huge strides made in that all over the Commonwealth, but especially in Philadelphia and the collar counties. I think Carmina mentioned Kadita and the New Pennsylvania Project. They were a huge part of this. There were others. So the story of Shapiro winning, Fetterman winning, flipping the Pennsylvania House is as much a story of who was registered and who was encouraged to vote, as opposed to what proportion of those who showed up to vote, which side won. So that's one takeaway. A second is these margins are so narrow. They are so narrow. And that sort of reinforces what I was saying, but it also means I think we should be cautious about taking too many sweeping conclusions from what it means that we flipped the Pennsylvania House, assuming we did by, I don't know, a total of a few thousand votes across 12 different races around the Commonwealth. You know, a lot of that has to do with changes in demographics in the collar counties, the way the maps were drawn this time. And then, you know, candidate quality matters, especially once you're within 52-48, once you're past the way that sort of the fundamental plate tectonics of political dynamics play out. So, you know, so I don't know that it's a sweeping referendum on what Dobbs means or what Trump means or what Biden means or on this messaging or that messaging when the margins are that thin. So those are my two big takeaways, which are mostly, don't read too much into what everybody says are the takeaways.
Well, let me try to back up then at the risk of possibly sounding like I'm asking a repetitive question. What do those razor thin margins say to you? Or do they say anything other than,
well, that's very fair.
Does it speak to this, the deep media driven, we are more polarized now than we've ever been in our history? Does it speak to that, or does it just speak to the power of, does it speak to the power of Fox? Does it speak to the fact that people are disconnected from how policies affect them on a day-to-day basis? Do those razor thin margins that you're talking about, what do they themselves say anything to you?
I mean, I think the first thing they say is that political coverage, I mean, I do have a big critique of most political coverage, which is that it starts with a flawed presumption that what happens at the national level drives the narrative down. Really, when we talk about elections and when I hear things like Democrats this, Democrats that, I mean, Jeff, you and I have been in the room, and I assume Carmina has too. We've been in the room when Democrats are together. It's not like a unified, coherent movement. You know, it's much more a lot of coalition building, a lot of horse trading, a lot of cat herding. And so like that's flawed. And so I think that like at the state level in Pennsylvania, what would be better is to say, here's what we see in these individual races. Here's how that aggregates up to these shifts in power, instead of here's what Democrats did, and that's how it filtered down, right? And so in those races that are really close, I would say we need to go to those, right? We need to invest more in some local reporting and local coverage. You know, the races that were run in the collar counties, and I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if somewhere in Montgomery County, but I think Delaware was one, Bucks was another. Instead of us trying to read the knuckle bones or read the tea leaves about what did it mean, why don't we just go talk to them? and I don't mean you, I mean, like, CNN, MSNBC, all that. They spend an awful lot of money paying a whole herd of experts to look at data instead of sending somebody down to actually talk to some people. So that would be the first thing. In terms of what do we make from razor thin margins, I mean, I think the main thing that we can take away, which is not news, this is why it's hard to do this, because a lot of this is the same stuff we would have said for the last 6 or 8 years. Most elections are more and more about turnout of your base, or turnout of your electorate. And so that's why, almost unprecedented for the last 40 years, Biden's low approval rating didn't mean a lot. Right.
Are these razor thin margins a flare, a positive, a good sign for the way the Commonwealth and other states across the country did their redistricting?
Again, I think you got to go on a case-by-case basis. Yes, in Pennsylvania, I'm very opposed to Democratic gerrymandering, and I feel like there are some people on our side who are like, "Oh, it's great that we screwed them in Maryland and Illinois." And I'm like, "No, it's not." I saw a picture of an Illinois district that was won, and I was like, "You can just tell from the picture, it looked like a Twinkie that had been put into a rack, and stretched out." I mean, it's just like, that's not. There's no way.
We mentioned. I mentioned earlier on the program that while it continues to look like the Republicans are going to take control of the federal House of Representatives, they're not going to do it by much, and that 10 of those seats can be attributed directly to redistricting. 4 of them in New York State, because the Democrats there, governor's office and both houses of the legislature, drew maps that the Republicans took to court, and the Democrats lost. And so the court drew districts. The Democrats ended up losing 4 House seats, all of Long Island, all of it, or at least what we consider to be Long Island. Technically, by the way, folks, Brooklyn and Queens are on Long Island, but we consider that part of the city. The rest of Long Island, Nassau and Suffolk counties. And of course, the head of the DCCC himself, Sean Patrick Maloney, who lost his own seat. So right. Yes, you are right. I bring up that rather lengthy discussion to say that gerrymandering works both ways. If the Democrats had simply drawn a more equitable map, it may have never gone to court.
Right.
May not have seen that swing.
Right. That's a great point. And, I mean, I am going to, I think we're better off, like, going back to, the theme of, like, voters who are very understandably very sort of, they vote holding their noses because, like, the whole thing is just an ugly process they don't want to be a part of. Where was I going with this? In terms of gerrymandering, like for them, yeah, sorry, I totally lost my train of thought.
Don't worry about it. I'll read a comment. I got lucky. Comment came in. Christy Murphy Moore says Shapiro earned 48. Don't fade out on me when I'm reading you. Screen 48% of quote unquote very red Lancaster County's vote. Even Shapiro earned 48%. Let me try this again because I'm butchering the heck out of it here. My reading. What is going on with my reading? Mr. Shapiro earned 48% of quote unquote very red Lancaster County's vote, even 45% of my local district of Elizabethtown. Fetterman did not come as close. Mastriano was too extreme. There were many Shapiro Oz votes cast here. I have nothing scientific to base this on, Jordy, nothing other than my own impressions, my own sort of stories that have drifted through to me, my own canvassing experiences, and some media. It does seem to me that there was kind of an increased amount of quote unquote ticket splitting. And to folks, if you're not sure what that means, it's a kind of a bit of an inside baseball that you might vote for the Democratic nominee for one office, the Republican nominee for a different office, up and down your ballot. It seems to me there was a lot more ticket splitting. Do you have an opinion on that? Do you think that's correct? Do you think it's been overblown by the media?
So, well, to me, it's a puzzle that needs some better data to answer because, and it goes back to something I think you were alluding to earlier. If there's greater polarization, which, the people who look at the data more will say there is, then there should be less ticket splitting because those are by definition the opposite, right? Like if you ticket
They are
split,
anathema to each other, yes.
right? So the idea that there's both more ticket splitting and more polarization, like as a general trend, can't always be true in every race. I was just looking out in Lancaster County, so give me half a sec, but there were a total of 222,000 votes cast. I'm looking at their election results. And so one thing is, I don't know whether some of these differences in performance are ticket splitting versus what's called ballot fall off or drop off. So maybe that people showed up to vote for Shapiro and just didn't vote for Fetterman, not that they voted for Oz. And so given, she said 48%. I mean, it only takes in a county like Lancaster, if I'm making these numbers up, if Shapiro won 48 and Fetterman only got 46, that 2% of the vote total, that sounds like a lot, but that could just be a few hundred or 1,000 people just, voting for Shapiro and just not voting in the Senate race. So you don't know what's ticket splitting versus what's fall off. Although now I have it, there's not a huge difference between so now that I've said that, we can kind of rule that out a little bit on the surface because the number, well, I just looked it up, so that's what I'm saying. Like the number of votes cast in Lancaster for senator is almost the same as that were cast for governor. So at the same time, we don't know whether it's Shapiro Oz voters or Fetterman Mastriano. Like I agree on the surface that it seems odd that somebody would be a Fetterman Oz voter. No, not Fetterman Oz. Sorry, Mastriano.
Right. That would be a Mastriano Fetterman voter would be an odd one. That would be a difficult one to explain, to be honest.
Okay, actually, so in this case, I think we do see at least the outlines of there was some amount of yes for Shapiro, yes for Oz to explain Lancaster County. But you see what I'm saying? Like across the whole Commonwealth, you can't just flippantly say that. I think you need to look at the total number. You need to make sure it wasn't ballot drop off, for example. But even then, like let's see, I have it up. So what is the difference here? Lancaster for senator, hold on, I just had it up. It's pretty big. Oz had 123,000, Fetterman had 93,000. Would it kill them to do percentages?
You didn't want it to be easy, did you?
No.
It never is.
That's pretty solid evidence for some ticket splitting because so let's keep this simpler. So Fetterman got 93,000 votes out of 220, and this is the great content that you paid. You're paying me, quote unquote, to give you is me looking shit up on the internet. Can I say shit?
Yeah, but you can do it. You do it a hell of a lot quicker than I do. I whenever I try to multitask here, I tend to stop talking. And when you're doing radio, that's not always the best thing.
So
the fact that you can do that so quick is properly impressive because I can't even welcome someone into the room without stopping.
Before somebody
shutting
finds
up
me on
entirely.
Twitter and yells at me, this is based on the Lancaster County's most recent results, so maybe that's missing a few things. But Shapiro got about 106,000, almost 107,000, and Fetterman got around 93,000. So that's about a 14,000 vote difference out of 220,000 votes. So that's about like 7 or 8%. That's pretty big difference, right? So your commenter has a great point. That would seem to suggest that, yeah, there's a lot of split ticket going on in Lancaster County. It is interesting, so it's also the electorate is not homogenous. Like we have to think about it like a tiramisu, or the old Neapolitan ice cream. It's got layers. So polarization could be why of Shapiro's total and of Fetterman's total, maybe 80 or 90% of the totals they got, Fetterman, really love them. But Shapiro did better with those people who were willing to split their tickets. So it's, we've got both things. This is what I find, sometimes frustrating about some political commentary is it tries too hard to make a really big, complicated thing, an election, where you have just in Lancaster County, 220,000 some people making their own decisions, and to try and shoehorn that into this or that, right? Obviously there were several thousand people who really liked Shapiro and didn't like Fetterman. And when I canvassed all over Northeast PA, I ran into a little bit of that. I ran into people who didn't like the Fetterman stroke. They didn't like the fact that he doesn't wear a suit. And so for some people, they love that he doesn't wear a suit. I love that.
Right.
But for some people, even gonna call him out, my co-host of my podcast, Taylor, who's half my age, he was like, I think somebody should dress up for the Senate and be more respectable. And I was like, oh, what? Like,
look the part, so to speak.
I was like, you're 25 going on 65. What are you talking about? Right? Like, it's like we've got tech CEOs who are worth $80 gazillion who get to dress down, and yet we've got this 1950s dress code for
and we think it's cool. And we think
it's cool. Yeah.
I
So
want to just address a comment that came up on the Facebook. Randall, everybody knows Randall by now. It might be one of the most loyal people to the show, and that's not a judgment on everybody else. It's a nod. It's a fairy dust that we put on Randall. Randall asked me if we would be taking calls tonight. I always plan to take your calls. You know how much I encourage you to call the program. I will tell you the same answer that I told Randall through the comments. I am not certain that I have fixed the phone problem that we had last week. I probably won't know that until we try to take a call. My plan is always to take your calls, but when new people are coming in and out of the program, try to give them the opportunity. They're the ones that are nice enough to take time from their families on a Sunday evening to be here with us. So we like to leave them uninterrupted. Well, I'm the one that's interrupting them all the time, but uninterrupted, generally speaking. Your calls are important to me. They're always important to me. They might be one of the biggest things that keeps this thing from being a full-time job for me, which would be a dream. But I don't know that the phone problem that we had last week was fixed. If you did not hear what the phone problem was, Randall was kind enough to speak to our guest last week. In fact, I think it was when Fern Laird was on. She could hear him. I could hear him. He could hear me. He could not hear her, which makes for a very tough conversation when the person on the phone can't hear the answer from the person they asked the question to. I can probably take phone calls, take a question, and hang up on you, which sounds rude. And then you would need to immediately go back to the radio or Facebook or wherever it is that you're listening to get your answer. But I probably won't know that until we try. So there's my very lengthy there's your technical bit of the program. Please wake yourselves up, throw cold water on yourselves now to rejoin the rest of the world, since I put you all to sleep. Jordy, actually Fern, one of our guests from last week, an increase in ticket splitting may be contributed to the omission of straight party voting, which was eliminated just 2 years ago. She freely admits that is speculation on her part, but what do you think? Could that be a contributing factor toward ticket splitting? It's just simply easier to do now. You don't get one button or one, whatever type of voting machine you use, one tap, whatever it might be, and get the full list anymore. And I am thrilled to see the dog on screen, by the way. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh my God, that's so funny. I love it. What a beauty. What a beauty. I'm encouraging it now. I'm encouraging it because the dog can hear me, and now he thinks he's getting away with it. Kisses, yes. Poor Jordy can't hear anything. He can't do nothing. Now he's getting attacked by the dog in all the best ways possible. Attacked, by the way. Attacked in all the best ways possible.
It's a love attack. I mean, first of all, I just want to give a huge shout out to Fern for running. I think, win or lose, we need to take all of our candidates, especially in the hills and hollers of rural PA, and just take them up in our arms and say thank you. And what's next? What are you going to do next? Because it is not easy to run. So thank you, Fern, for running. the other thing is, yeah, it totally could be, the change in the split ticket law. I agree with eliminating the straight ballot personally. I think removing that is a good thing. I tend to be, I call it like, I'm interested in an agenda that's about strong democracy and weaker parties, so I know it wasn't popular from what I've heard in Philadelphia, the removing the straight ticket. There's some other interesting things that like why don't we organize the ballot so you start with the most local races and then go up to the highest races, like little things that might bring more people's attention to that. So, but it's a pretty easy question to answer. In theory, it should be an easy question to answer whether there's more split ticket voting. I haven't had a chance to look into it firm, but like you could just literally look at the things we were talking about, fall off versus shifts, and see if it's gone up.
I might be dragging you off into a direction I wasn't necessarily planning on going, because I do think this is worth examining. New Jersey, when I was elected to the school board in New Jersey, in what seems like a different lifetime, we still communicated by raven and we carved runes into stones. I was elected in an odd year in April. And because you were getting sometimes under 10% of voter turnout for school board elections, they were moved to even years and in November. Not everyone does everything the way Pennsylvania does, but that's where we live. And I don't mean to alienate the people around the country and around the world that are listening, but could you increase voter turnout by taking elections to, instead of having 2 elections a year in Pennsylvania, primary and general, every single year, if we took those municipal, school board, and judicial elections, and again, folks, I've been very plain on this since the beginning of this program, we should not be voting for judges. But if we move those elections to even years, congressional cycles or presidential cycles, would we increase turnout for those? Would we, or is it an overload? Too many offices at one election? Is it, although I think we're smart people, I think we can do such things, but would we increase turnout for those types of elections and for elections overall? I don't think there are a huge percentage of the electorate, but people that actually vote more in those local elections than they do in the national elections. Should we be moving all these elections and just, every 2 years, primary, general, even-ended years, municipal, county, judicial, school board, congressional, president, you name it, A to Z? Uh-oh, I overloaded you.
No. I'd also be curious. I don't know if Carmina wants to jump in. I'd be curious what she thinks. I see an argument. I see a strong argument for what you're saying, which is, let's consolidate some.
Now, that's not to say that that's perfect. It's just trying something different.
Yeah, I mean, whether it leads to more voter turnout, you would think that at least you could look at. I think only 2 states that do it like we do it, 2 or 3 states that it's an election almost every 5 or 6 months essentially. Do we have lower or higher voter?
It's a different way. Yeah, that is a different way. It's about every 6 months. Yeah, it's a different way to look at it.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, I know I've experienced this, and we probably all have, which is like, it's like, okay, it's early December. I'm thinking about the holidays. Oh my gosh, I have to start thinking about circulating petitions again already. Like, I cannot believe this. I have some sort of weird technical questions. Like, would that put more of a burden? Would it be harder for smaller counties or more cash-strapped places to justify full-time year-round election employees if they're not doing something for a year? Or would it be better because that would give them time to maybe do more kind of, I don't know, sort of maintenance of systems, or, there's some sort of technical questions. But whether or not it leads to more voter turnout, I would think that you could just look at states. My intuition would be it probably has a negative effect. Having so many elections has a negative effect. I will say, as somebody who's run for local office, I would not want to run and try and be fighting for oxygen and detention in the same year as the Senate race. Right? like, hey, give me some money to run for borough council. So I think there's something to be said for letting those local races kind of have their own attention. And this will maybe sound like, feel free to criticize me, a little elitist, but like, if only 25% of a community turns up to vote for like local elections, then maybe those are the people who care the most about those issues. So
I have made on this program, I can't say how many different times in the last almost 4 years, actually, come to think of it, April will be 4 years. Sometimes you get the government you deserve. And if, 5%, 10%, 25% of the people are going to decide what your county and local governance is, and you didn't participate in that, then there's not a lot of space to complain about it. Sometimes you get exactly the government you deserve. Sometimes you get, I say this all the time for the Confederate states, and they are not former Confederate states, by the way, they are currently Confederate. You get the government you pay for. It's very, very hard, I think, for poor Southern whites to complain about what the Democratic Party has done to them, quote unquote, when they have nothing but Republican leadership. It seems to be just downright impossible, but yet Republicans have done an excellent job of blaming people who are not in power for affecting these folks' lives so much. But sometimes you get what you pay for. Sometimes you get what you pay for. 7:04 Eastern Time. We have entered our third hour here on the program. 2 in the books, 2 more to go, unless we all run out of things to say and we bore you to tears and you all float away, then we would end early. But no, we're planning to go right up to 9 o'clock. Joining us at some point tonight, and then, of course, doing his own program, following us at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Thomas Bishop, Sergeant Mack. The Villain's View comes up directly following us on our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and on hot101.net. To every group, person, individual, every person on Facebook that is watching and has shared our program, allowed us into your piece of the Facebook universe, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Share the program to over 100 places. I challenged you last week, if you had any new individuals, groups, pages that we could share the program to please let me know. I continue to issue that challenge to you. If you go through your group list and you believe that our program is not on one of those groups that would look appropriate, then please let me know or ask them to invite me to the group, and it will be a new place to share the program. It's how we grow. It sounds very gratuitous of an ask of me, but as Jordy would probably agree, it is how we grow. Those who continue to predict the death of Facebook are exceptionally premature, I would say. So it is one way that we grow the program. We ask you, if you go through your group list, different individuals, pages that you follow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, if we can send the program there, if they will allow it, if it's appropriate, please let me know, and we will continue to do that. So wherever you might be, continue to watch, enjoy. We appreciate it more than I can express. If you want to be part of the conversation, come on over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. And if you missed any of the program thus far, no worries, folks. We will, George will work his technical magic after the program ends. We will get it converted, and you will be able to find us on YouTube, youtube.com/That Other Side of Information. You will find the full recorded program there, as well as the full recording of every episode of this program ever. Cool technical beans, as they say in the business. Cool beans. Very technical, cool stuff. youtube.com/That Other Side of Information. Every recorded episode of this program ever. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. Any type of device that you can think of can get Hot 101. Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app, and you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And remember, the Villain's View comes up right after us on hot101.net and TCP, the Cultured Professional, from, as the aforementioned, Lancaster, PA. I'm sure they'll be talking about the elections on their corner of the Facebook universe as well. And that is an itch I'm going to get in a fight. Anybody ever hear that old wives' tale? You get an itch, you're going to kiss a fool or get in a fight. Nobody ever told you that one? That's an old one. That's a really old one. I just dated myself. Let me see.
Can I jump in
Apparently-
with something?
Apparently, Mr. Mastriano has conceded. How lovely of him to follow tradition. I'd had somebody ask me before if it was a big thing, if I thought it was a big deal that he had not conceded, given the tenor with which he ran his campaign, the fact that he hadn't run off to court screaming conspiracy and a stolen election, I thought was going to be about as good as we got. So the fact that he conceded is quite somewhat remarkable, but yet comforting in a strange way that this man who's observed nearly zero norms whatsoever actually took part in one. So you can find a statement online. I will try to get it to, I'll try to cut and paste it into the Facebook chat. But Jordy, go ahead.
Well, just two things. One, he may not have run to court because he doesn't have any money to pay attorneys. So I we might not want to read too much into this.
That's always, yeah.
I mean, the other thing, just reading from his
Lawyers got to make their money.
That's right. He's not as good at Trump as getting lawyers to work for free.
Well, I guess, yeah, right. That's funny. Oh God, that's funny.
So I'm reading now from Mastriano's statement, which I got from a ABC News site. So this is Mastriano. As I write this, the final results of the 2020 midterm elections are still not available. We can and must do better to make our elections more transparent, secure, and more quickly decided. I mean, that one is just so much annoyance and BS in it. Like the quickly decided, this is inside baseball, but I think it's important people know that the Pennsylvania Republicans have blocked time and time again the ability for our county elections offices to start opening those mail-in envelopes the morning of the election, which would speed up the process. So they're constantly throwing up flack that there's problems with the election, and then they say things like, "Gee, we need to have more faith in the elections." Why don't people have more faith in the elections? Well, Dougie, it might be because you went down to Washington on January 6th. Leading the charge that there was something wrong here. So, I sort of flubbed the takeaways. I'd say maybe one of the main takeaways, Jeff, from this election is it's a little bit, I say this with love, revenge of the nerds, revenge of the election poll nerds. I mean, I think a lot of at the ground level, I think one of the strengths wasn't planned, but one of the strengths of our election system is it's so decentralized that there are so many Republican card carrying, dyed in the wool, bless their hearts, Republicans who are poll workers, they're on their county board of elections, whatever, and they are literally making decisions with the facts in front of them, provisional ballots, mail-ins, and they see that there's no fraud, and they're sick and tired of having their people throw them under the bus. I mean, we've seen time and time again, people resign, retire, and all of that. So I think that this may be, for me, like one of the stakes for me was this election, the metastasization, the magistization, if I can say that, of election denial.
We like making new words here on the program. I do it all the time.
Right. But that was really troubling to me. And the historical analogies, I don't want to overplay them, but the historical analogies to places where, fascism grows. I mean, fascism grows in the bosom of democracy. That is always the case. And so we were watching that here, and to see so many people in so many races turn away from those candidates, that to me is like a huge deal. And this in Pennsylvania, I think a lot of people are sick and tired. A lot of middle of the road people who don't pay a lot of attention to politics. They're like, I just want normalcy. I'm tired of the chaos. Trump will always get his chaos lovers at his rallies who also love the World Wrestling vibe, and that's great for World Wrestling Federation. It's not great for politics.
And we'll always film it to make it look like there's 30,000 people there when there's 300. But that's, I talk a lot about fascism on this program, and that's one of the fascism. Hitler was elected, Mussolini was elected, Orban was elected, Erdogan was elected. Fascism is born out of democracy, and one of the first things that fascists do to the democracy that they use to get elected is to delegitimize that democracy. And this is not a small thing that Jordy mentions here, and I want to expand on it. I have mentioned on this program, I mentioned it in every Democratic committee meeting I was in. I mentioned it at state committee. I mentioned, and I'm not saying because I'm special, God knows I'm not. But the Republicans have recruited over 50,000 self-identified militia people, 3%ers, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, to be poll watchers. And we heard about the number of local election officials, county election officials across the country who walked away because their lives were threatened. We saw the folks running for Secretary of State, or several secretaries of state candidates, who said that the 2020 election was invalid and illegal and stolen, etc. And they all lost. They lost. So that's, you know, in elections, we talk about holds and flips. That's a hold. That's a hold for democracy. And not a small point, by the way, not a small point. Let me welcome two new guests to the program. I shouldn't say new guests. They are friends of the program. They are family members of the program. Definitely way down the line on the list of achievements on their CVs collectively, but friends of the program nonetheless. And that is our dear friend, Christopher Kowardovich, who is the chairperson of the Pennsylvania Democratic Veterans Caucus. And we wish him a belated, but yet nonetheless extremely important Happy Veterans Day. And then also a Happy Veterans Day to the man whose program is coming up immediately after this one on hot101.net and on that other side of information. And the first person I texted to tell him that I'm in the club, I made it, I got a death threat. That is Sergeant Mac, Thomas Bishop. He hosts The Villain's View, and you should be checking it out. I ask you to please continue to do that. It's a lot of radio in one night. I'm not going to lie to you. 4 hours here, 2+ more hours with him, but it's worth every bit of it. Please check him out. He follows us right on this Facebook page and hot101.net. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for taking some time to talk election cycle 2022 with us. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me once again, Jeff. Yeah. How about that election? Woo!
Hey, how about that?
How about that election, buddy?
Well, let me ask the two of you just a general opening question that I think is just the best way to try to start your opinions, throwing your opinions into the ether there as well. And that is, what were your big takeaways? It doesn't matter to me who goes first, Christopher or Sergeant, who goes first, but what were your general takeaways, if any, from this continuing winding down of the 2022 election cycle? Because we do still have some things that we're waiting to hear about. But as we draw to a close here, what are your general takeaways from this election cycle?
I will let Chris go ahead and go with this one first, and then I'll answer. Go ahead. Oh, he's muted.
Uh-oh. You're actually not muted, but we don't hear you.
I don't hear you.
We still don't hear you.
All right. I guess I was having a little bit of problems with that. Is this better?
Yes.
It's echoey, but we got you.
We can live with it.
We can, yeah, we could probably live with it.
Not having problems with my speakerphone.
How much did you pay for that headset? It didn't quit on you already, did it?
I know. It's not a lot. I could buy a cheap one. That's the problem. So, what are my takeaways? Well, my main takeaway is first, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to be back on here. It's always great, and happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there in Radio Land. Thank you for your service, and we appreciate you. The big takeaway is that this is really proof that the Reagan political system, the right wing, Nixonianism, and all that is dead. That is, I think, very clear from this election. Democrats are going to be in control of the Senate. Democrats look like they're going to be in control of PA House first time in decades. So I think that's one takeaway from this election cycle, that it's really exciting for me. There's a thing that I keep thinking about is this is the first election since the overturning of Roe. And if you look at the numbers, Joe Biden's not that popular, inflation's strong. This was a year for a red wave for Republicans. Now, in a New Deal era, before Roe, this would have been a red wave for Republicans. Republicans controlling a chamber in Congress would have been at Republican headquarters. Champagne glasses would be flowing and they'd be thrilled. It makes me wonder, is this the best Republicans can do in this new system? Without abortion on there, without them getting those kind of moderate voters, they won. They took over the Supreme Court. They legislated from the bench. And
everything they're supposedly against.
Right. And conservatives for a long time have always said that if they didn't have abortion, what would the Republican Party be able to run on? How could they win? And yes, it is true. I think you have a synergy here. I should make clear. I think you have the people who were fighting for a woman's right to choose, and those people who said the issue was settled now. So I think the synergy of those two things together is, I think it's very, very interesting. It's an interesting election cycle. I was the co-chair of Veterans for Fetterman. I am ecstatic about his win. I think that was good. I think Pennsylvania, I mean, it's nationally more disappointed, but Pennsylvania went blue. There was a blue wave in Pennsylvania. And I think shows like this, our organizing capacity, the culture that we have been building since Donald Trump got elected in Pennsylvania, I think really goes to show how strong the Pennsylvania grassroots was in delivering this. I do think even Oz had a lot of money for him. Like there was a lot of advertisements for Oz, and Doug says there's no money. I talked with people who said they were seeing on TV 3-to-1, 3 Doug ads for 1 Shapiro. Shapiro had money, but at the end, there were some dark money groups that came in for Doug Mastriano. So, that would be kind of, that's mine. I'll hand it over to you, Sergeant.
Okay. What I took away from this campaign is twofold. Number one, the Republican Party, or what constitutes the Republican Party today, has absolutely nothing to stand on except fear mongering. They got exposed buck naked.
Thank God you said that.
They got exposed buck naked during this election. For every principled Republican that you had that was trying to run during the primaries, you had an election denying, stop the stealing, Kerry Lake type. Okay. And going forward, the Republican Party is going to have to find out what exactly it is. Are you the fiscal conservative party of Goldwater, or are you Trump's party? DeSantis, the only reason DeSantis is as big as he is right now is because DeSantis has streamlined Trumpism and put some intelligent teeth behind it. That is it. DeSantis is no better. DeSantis is almost as bad, if not worse, because he has the track record to show it. But he is not off the rails like Donald Trump, which makes him a credible candidate for president. So the Republicans are going to go through an identity crisis like you would not believe. There's going to be infighting and civil war amongst the diehard Trumpers and the please bring our party back from the brink. And whatever comes out on that other side is going to be what runs in 2024. That's the first thing I got from it. The second thing, and this is a call out to every single Democrat, and I want you to listen to me very, very closely. You dodged a bullet. It should never have been this close. The Republican Party, their apparatus has been literally a mutated strain of Trumpism since 2020. Then you couple that with the fact that the Supreme Court handed you the greatest touchdown pass you will ever get in the repeal of Roe v. Wade, and you barely won. And I'm gonna use an example in Pennsylvania, because, and this person, if she's listening, she might be very surprised that I'm about to say this, because in our military career, her and I did not get along. Ashley Ehas, who ran against, I guess his name is
Brian Fitzpatrick
Brian Fitzpatrick.
I believe that's still the first congressional district here in PA.
Yes, it is the PA one.
So that would be for those who might be familiar with the geography of Pennsylvania, just have a look, follow the Delaware River, Bucks County. I believe he's got part of Montgomery. I think that's generally it. I think there's a little touch of Montgomery in the north, but generally Bucks County.
Ashley Ehas ran a very principled, extremely good campaign. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ashley Ehas, because again, if she's listening, she will be surprised that I'm the one saying this. For all of the dogged problems that I had when I was in uniform with her, as a candidate, she's exactly what Pennsylvanians need, and she is exactly where the future of the Democratic Party is. She's young, she's dynamic, she's a Rhodes Scholar, she has all of these qualifications, and she is very principled in what she believes. Now, I looked a little bit at Fitzpatrick. He doesn't seem very crazy, but
well, that's the brand that he's mainstream, but the percentage of times that he votes,
yeah, exactly.
He's also a 93%, I think, in line
with
the party line. So
yes, he hasn't broken out of which side he wants to go to.
No, he did not vote for impeachment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So
either time.
Yeah. To look at someone like Ashley Ehas running shows me that the Democratic Party realizes that they have to go young, and they have to get people in that are principled, foundational Democrats or liberals or progressives or whatever you want to call it. But there were far too many races where people such as Ashley Ehas would not have gotten the vote and didn't get the vote because they were running against rabid idiots. And the problem is, come 2024, when there are Senate races up for grabs and the presidency is up for grabs, you cannot afford to dodge that bullet again. You cannot do it. What the Democratic Party needs to do is, while the Republican Party is doing soul searching, so does the Democrats. The fact that there is a runoff in Georgia where you have a principled preacher running against an idiot, and that idiot might actually win, what is the opposition party going to do about this? They are, the Republicans are telling you exactly ahead of time exactly what they're running. They're running on cult of personality. That's all they're running on. They're not running on, oh, this is our legislative wins. Oh, this is what we plan on getting accomplished when we. No, they're running on cult of personality. Ron DeSantis, cult of personality. Carrie Lake, cult of personality. Greg Abbott, cult of personality. If the Democrats do not run someone with a stronger personality but more principles, we're going to lose. And I sat there and I watched those returns on Tuesday because I had a dog in the fight. I did. My good friend, Antoine Jennings, was running in Missouri Senate District 8 against Mike Sirapoy. Mike Sirapoy, for all of the right-wing nuttery that is going on in Missouri, he actually said, sometimes you have to find compromise. He almost lost his primary to two Trump-like right-wing candidates. And Antoine had no one, and the Democrats gave him nothing. They gave him no money. They gave him no push. They gave him nothing. And he still came within 7,000 votes of beating Mike Sirapore. Antoine Jennings is the future of the Democratic Party. Ashley Ehas is the future of the Democratic Party, but the Democratic Party is going to have to stand somewhere. If you are going to stand against the cult of personality, you can't stand there by being Republican-like. You can't. You cannot.
Republican. Say something.
Yeah, go
Say
ahead.
that explain Sherrod Brown in Ohio? And I would also
explains Ryan, not Ryan. Tim Ryan in Ohio. How did you?
No, it does. It does explain. It explains his loss, but doesn't okay, well, it's two sides of the same coin. It explains running Republican light might explain Tim Ryan, but running true to your convictions is what you're talking about, I believe, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Correct.
In the same state, red Ohio, explains Sherrod Brown. Senator Brown.
Yep.
So you're going to have J.D. Vance, the two senators from Ohio, J.D. Vance, a billionaire, with no real core principles other than whatever Mitch McConnell tells him to do, and Sherrod Brown, who is as close to Bernie Sanders as you're going to get. Progressive caucus, talks about reinstituting a tariff system, significantly higher taxes on the top 1% and the big corporations, doesn't want to just save Social Security, but expand it. Wants Medicare to fulfill the promise under which it was originally passed, that it would become the single payer health system in this country, that the eligibility age would drop every 10 years by 10 years.
So, Jeff, can I chime in for a couple things?
Yeah, sure.
Number one, let me just say something about Ohio. In 2012, I was in Ohio on the Obama campaign. I did civic engagement throughout the state. Even then, it was the grace of God that Obama won. Okay. The difference in the J.D. Vance and the Tim Ryan is that rural Ohio voted for J.D. Vance just because he was an R. And so, Jeff, it goes back to my point that until we really educate people that are in the same condition, like Southwestern PA, Greene County, and has a per capita income similar to Philadelphia, and the human needs are the same, but they don't know that. So I have friends still in Ohio, and they said the difference was rural came out for J.D. Vance, not the metropolitan areas or the populated suburbs. Now, in terms of what Thomas was saying about the young Democratic candidates, the issue is, Thomas, is money. Right? And the experience that they need to be in the skin in the game. And the problem is that in my assessment, in my observation over the years, the Democratic Party goes to the go-to person that they feel they want to invest in. So you have a young candidate that's principled, that maybe even charismatic, but the nuts and bolts of running a campaign, building a campaign, funding a campaign is a lot for these young people to do singularly. And that becomes a barrier. And until the Democrats, in my opinion, decide how they're going to adequately invest in candidates and make it halfway equitable, because in some cases it's not even equitable, but halfway equitable, we're not going to be realistically competitive by a huge margin. Because right now, people are just even voting by their own volition, or they're voting down party lines.
Jordy, go ahead.
Well, a couple of
I know
things.
a lot to break down there, but go ahead.
Yeah.
It's yours.
Sure. I mean, a couple of things. Hi, y'all. If I haven't met you, I mean, I think one thing about the money thing is we need to look at how much money the Democrats put into things versus how much the candidates raise, and one of the downsides, I think, of the small dollar contribution, shift since, in my mind, since Howard Dean in 2004, is that it reinforces a celebrity culture around certain candidates. So you get a Beto O'Rourke or Amy McGrath in Kentucky who raise a huge amount of money, and then that dries up what's available. It's really hard if you're running. Thomas, are you in Missouri? Did I get that?
Yes, I am.
So somebody in Missouri, or Carmina, somebody who you think's great in Montgomery County, or Christopher, where are you in Pennsylvania?
Oh, what'd you say?
Where are you in Pennsylvania?
I'm in Chester County.
In Chester County, right? Like, it's really hard for those people to break through, right? So we've got to kind of feast and famine, where a few candidates do incredibly well with small dollar donations. And on top of that, like I was all in on Fetterman from the beginning, but I saw after the debate, he was like, we raised $2 million more to buy ads. I'm like, really? Great. You should have spent that on field. Why are you spending it on ads? I mean, you never know. This is the problem. You never know after the election whether the extra dollars spent by Fetterman on ads versus field made the difference. It's an experiment we can't really run, but as somebody who works a lot in field, I feel like that's often shortchanged relative to ads. The thing I want to say about Ohio and Pennsylvania, like, I think that there's a lot of similarities, so they make sense to compare them. Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York State, but, and I just looked this up, Jeff, I didn't have this memorized. Pennsylvania is 24% Catholic. Ohio is 18% Catholic. And I think one of Shapiro's secret sauces that no one talks about very much is he has a lot of loyalty from Catholics, many of whom were maybe Republicans, because of the way he went after the Catholic Church. And it's a thing was hard for him to run on. I was canvassing about it since March, and we had 8 things we could say about Shapiro. And even at the door, it's kind of a hard thing to bring up, because you don't know whether that's a message that person wants to hear. So I think that we kind of have a blind spot, but collectively, all of us, about why Shapiro did so well in Pennsylvania. But I have a feeling that his history as an attorney general candidate, he just had a lot of people who had a real deep respect for him. So those are the two things.
Jordy, I want to give you kudos on that, Jordy. I rarely give you kudos, but I think that
shots fired.
Well, it's the truth, but the point is I think that he had a really good. First of all, Josh has been shrewd. Remember that once Tom Wolf won his re-election, Josh was out the gate the next day saying he was running for governor. So he had a plot and a plan all along. But Jordy, you are absolutely right. Going hard on the Catholic Church was the best win. And then remember, Josh was the only row office that won in that last election. And that was because he had moderate Republicans voting for him. So Josh was very tactical from the beginning. And he raised money ridiculously. So very good, Jordy. Good job.
I think sometimes we
Chris,
also.
you have your hand. Chris, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
You can go first, Thomas. I'll go next.
No. You had your hand up. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, so I was on the Fetterman team, and let's be real. Once we knew about the stroke, it was a little bit of panic, and really motivated the people to what campaigns do is get involved. And they reached out to every constituency caucus. They had doctors for Fetterman. They had veterans for Fetterman. The day after Tim Ryan lost, I went on his webpage. And do you know what he talked about veterans? Nothing. His website did not have veterans up there. The number 2 issue on John Fetterman's website, number 1, rural. Number 2, veterans. He spoke to the people. And even the way he talked about, John Fetterman came off and he said, I've always been with the rural community since being the mayor of Tim Ryan's like, oh, we're going to give you opportunities for rural people. It was so marginalizing. I lived on a farm. Almost like saying, if you're in the rural community, you don't have this, you're bringing it back to his whole central running point, which was labor, which is good, but it wasn't enough. You're not reaching out to people. You need to talk to people, not at people. And I think there was, his stuff, he comes off as very labor, but there was this like neoliberal, I don't even want to call it neoliberal. I want to call it more your political science type. You know what I mean? Like everything is, they know all the groups and they're going to win. These 5 groups we're going to look at. And if we get this number of these 5 groups, then we win. Rather than trying to come out there and say, which I really do feel like John is like this, I'm gonna represent everybody, right? That is the message that really resonates to get everybody on board. I'm gonna represent everybody. I'm going to talk with you. I'm gonna try my hardest. And the other thing with John is, what's his big brand? What is his brand all about? One issue, right? One major issue, cannabis. And Democrats have skirted around that issue. John is living proof that I knew it. I can tell you the energy people went in there, because you know why? It's existential for people. This is their health. People need their cannabis over very addictive drugs that are prescription. Anxiety medications are very addictive. So you get some real strong energy, I think, when you realize that you're giving people a natural way of working through all this. So, you know, those are just, I've seen it. You go there on the picture, right on the Reverend's webpage, Warnock, he has veteran. You know, the focusing on the veterans, I think, is so critical, because when I see it, it means the candidates aren't thinking their whole process through. If you forgot about veterans because they're only a small number of people, you're not thinking right. You're not trying to win every county. Every county matters, right?
Every county, every vote, right?
Every county, every vote matters. And all this trying to divide us into this demographic and this number and that group and all that thinking is a social construct, which half the time cannot be backed up with data, right? Because the data is always changing. We're in a constantly fluidly changing environment. I think I'm going to say something that I think people who remember Bill Clinton, if you look at the numbers, remember Bill Clinton, but don't remember Ronald Reagan. That cohort voted Democrat, in part because
That's super interesting.
I think they seen Joe Manchin, and Joe Manchin's keeping his position. Unless we get Warnock elected, he's going to keep his position as America's prime minister, basically. But I think to some people in that cohort,
in the UK they would call him the shadow.
You know,
fill in the blank, the shadow cabinet, the shadow.
A shadow cabinet.
Right.
But I do think people looked at the hot dumpster fire, which is Republicans, and they realized, you know, Joe Manchin, what's going to be the worst? Joe Manchin's going to be in charge. So I think there was something to be said there in this election cycle. In an election cycle, it typically swings with it towards your opposition party. You know, I think that was, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's a very interesting way that kind of, because he is really a Bill Clinton Democrat in a way, in the 90s, because even Bill Clinton wasn't supporting gay marriage in the 90s. Right, like it's that platform. So that kind of thought process there. So I think that's very interesting to kind of. I wonder what the data will be on that.
Sarge, you wanted to say something, and then I want to ask the panel a question about Republicans, if I could. But go ahead, Sarge.
Okay, I have a bit of a pushback on this idea of the demographics. Democrats have to patent their speeches to different demographics. And I made a video about this on TikTok the other day. I personally, and maybe I'm the only one, I get so tired of hearing about the rural vote. I have lived in an urban area my entire life. We have just as much economic anxiety as rural areas. We have just as much issues involving in the economy and crime and Medicare and Medicaid. But when the media and when candidates come to these urban areas to talk about these things, they're always under the frame of something, you know, the economy and crime, or, you know, Medicaid and crime. They talk about things like urban decay and things. For once, I would like to see the Democrats shape a message that plays everywhere. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be one of those sort of things where, oh, I'm candidate A. I know I'm trying to be the senator for this state. So when I go to a rural area, I'll talk about these rural things. When I go to an urban area, I'll talk about these urban. Why not just have one unifying message that plays everywhere? You know, because the economy hurts people in rural areas the same way it hurts people in urban areas. There is no commonality with a lot of candidates. In my opinion, there is not a lot of commonality with candidates, commonality with campaign stump speeches and things of that nature. It always seems like they have to shape their speech to where they are. And that also kind of leads to the divide between rural and urban areas. We were talking about money in campaigns. Well, when Democrats do
over $10 billion was spent on this cycle.
Yeah. And I can tell you honestly, some of the ads that I heard, the quote unquote urban ads that played on the black radio station or the country radio station, they were geared in different places.
Mm-hmm.
It was, and you could hear them. And I just, because my daughter listens to the radio when she goes to bed at night. She's autistic, so she listens to the radio. In the mornings, she likes to listen to country music. So you'll get the country radio station. At night, when she goes to bed, she likes to listen to R&B. She's 18, can't figure it out, not going to try to figure it out. But I heard campaign ads from both of those radio stations. And the ones from the country music station were all about patriotism and service to people, and he'll fight for veterans, he'll fight for this. But then you listen to the same ad for or another ad for the same candidate, and it's played on the R&B station. It's all about government assistance and reducing crime, and they're tough on the. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? To me,
doesn't that go back to the Obama example of micro targeting? Because everything, if, and I know I'm probably painting with way too broad of a brush. If there's one big campaigning tactic or principle that we took away from the two Obama campaigns, and in fact they were more successful at it in 2008 than they were in 2012, it's micro targeting. It is gearing your message to various constituencies. As you don't talk, the idea that you don't talk about eliminating student debt to the seniors, and that you don't talk about veterans benefits to a group of folks that didn't serve, or you don't talk about SNAP benefits to corporate CEOs. It's about micro targeting. Isn't that kind of, I would agree that the micro targeting seems to have taken on a life of its own, and a dark life at that. Set, to what you're saying, Sarge, about talking about the ad for Brian Fitzpatrick in the white suburbs to try to scare the crap out of you that black people are moving out of Philadelphia and moving into your neighborhoods. That kind of micro targeting, because it goes both ways. But I can understand the idea of micro targeting that if I'm at the VFW or I'm in front of the Veterans Caucus with Chris, I'm probably talking veterans issues because that's who's in front of me. So exactly. What am I? But you seem to be decrying that, or are you talking about the way that it's been twisted to say that, if I'm in front of the
if you were
the Doylestown Mother Soccer Association, that I'm going to try to scare the crap out of them about crime.
But that's what I'm talking
about. Is that okay?
Yeah. So you
I may have misunderstood the way you were going there, but forgive me for that. But
if you were a candidate and the economy is the number one thing everybody is talking about, there is a way to talk about the economy to a black urban church audience and a rural white audience that they will both agree with you. There is a way to talk about yes, if you're in front of the VFW, you're in a room full of veterans, you're going to want to talk about veterans care.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in front of a group of, and this is what the Republicans do a little bit better than the Democrats do, because you're right, they do scare people.
Mm-hmm.
They do
Well,
scare.
They're
they
the ones that are
scare
splitting us
well.
down into little groups in the first place.
Exactly. What ends up happening is the Democrats end up having to play by those rules. So if you know, polling data says the economy is really, really on everybody's mind.
Right.
All right. So when you talk about the economy to an urban area and a rural area, it's still the same facts. It is still the absolute same facts. What you can do, or what you should not do, is feed into what the Republicans put out. Because if you know Brian Fitzpatrick is going into the suburbs to scare white people about crime, and he's going to talk about the economy, you take the crime part of it out of it. You get that ahead of time. You're going to talk to these same suburbs. Take the crime part out of it. Take the crime part out of it. Or if you want to talk about it in terms of those urban areas that you think people are moving out of and the crime's coming to you. They don't want crime in their areas either.
And
crime is a problem. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
I do agree, though. I agree where one of the things where you're going down is a really valid point that we have to really bring in, which is to not be talking in Republican frames. It's to not be going in there. And one of the things, it's really important about the webpage, because the webpage is where everybody comes to. So by the time you get to the webpage, you should have every issue covered. You better have everything on there. So I do understand where you're going, where it's like you turn on the radio station and it's one message for this person and one message for that. And it feels pandering, right? Because you want to talk to your audience, but you never want to pander to them. But when you go to a webpage, I expect every issue that we're talking about to somehow be addressed, even if it's security issues, let's say, hypothetically. Okay, you could talk as Lieutenant Governor about responses, and this is what I pushed with Fetterman to do. And we talked about his response to the snowstorm of 2018, right? Shows his experience in that. You're talking about people need to be safe. Obviously, there's a natural disaster. Stuff has happened with COVID. He's experienced in that way. Rather than talking about Republicans, and this was a big push we had, rather than talk about Republicans' crime, get off it, get onto our own ways of handling it, right? So I do really, it's not that I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree with you. My problem is when people come out with, these are the 5 issues we're going to focus on, all I'm going to talk about, all I'm going to be on my webpage. And that is there. I do think you can kind of do both, right? But your webpage needs to be where this is who you are. And if you're not concerned about, if it is somebody concerned about SNAP benefits, maybe a CEO is concerned about SNAP benefits because he realizes half of his employees are on it, right? You don't know that, right? Maybe that CEO worked their way up and their mom was on it, and they see that on your webpage. And they were interested in it, because you never know, right? Like, you never know when you walk into a room, right? In both examples, the rural community and the urban community, they're veterans in both communities, right? You're going to walk into a room and there's going to be veterans in both communities. And both times you didn't talk either on that radio about your veteran benefits. Okay. So that person may be, okay, I hear what they're saying. Let me go see on their webpage. They go on your webpage and there is no veteran issue. What do people look at? Because when they're coming to find you and find out information about you, you better be able to answer every question. So I think that is more about being able to answer every question than necessarily going on a specific, a different stomp speech for.
I see. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I do agree. Like, I think that's where we need to really clarify that. And I think that's where people get confused. But I do think, I don't know, maybe you see that. Do you think people kind of get confused with that? They try to tailor their message on, like, I think sometimes tailoring your message on the radio, like, you're just automatically profiling.
You are. You
right?
absolutely.
Like, I called up 100.3 Philadelphia's hip hop station.
Mhm.
And I was like, I want to run ads on there. And it was funny. I'm like, but I listen to that radio station and I'm pretty white, right? Like I'm white, but I
Yeah.
listen to that radio station. And it was laughing because he was talking about all these other things, the age demographic and all this stuff. And I was like, I'm fitting all these characteristics except skin color.
Mhm.
Right. Like, and I
Yes.
think it was so funny because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, I check all these boxes off except the skin color I was born with. So
And
I
you know,
just thought it was so, because I'm listening to him and I'm like, and I said, you know, you told me the profile, and I said it's ironic because I listened to this radio station and you just described me, and we were laughing. And I'm like, you know, it was really funny. I'm like, I'm pretty white, and we had a joke about it. I saw a great run organization. I forget the company that owns them. They're really wonderful people, and
oh, he froze up.
Ooh, you might have froze on us.
Froze up.
but yeah, you see, I think, and your race baiting. That is where I feel like there's an underlying issue there as well.
I personally
I wonder what you thoughts on that were.
Yeah, I personally think that the idea of micro targeting ads in the first place is a little bit weird to me to begin with. It's an odd thing to me because there are certain issues that all voters care about. I mean, across the board, you know, food, housing, safety, health, you know, schools, these things play across every board. So if those are your foundations, yeah, you can off the cuff at a rural area, you can off the cuff at an urban area. But if the same voting blocks that are voting about school safety in the suburbs or in a rural area are still voting those same places in urban areas, you know, and I think, like I said, the Democrats dodged a bullet. They really did. There's no other way to describe it. They dodged a bullet with this election. This was supposed to be an election where they were supposed to lose a lot of seats. They were supposed to lose control of the Senate and the Congress. And Biden was supposed to come out with a big speech about we'll retool and what have you. They dodged a bullet. They dodged a bullet for the first time in election history. But rather than them sitting on the laurels of that, they should be preparing for 2024, especially if Biden is going to be at the top of the ticket. Let's just say that he is. If Biden's going to be at the top of the ticket, but on the other side, you have a DeSantis or a Trump, but especially if it's a Trump, what you're going to end up with is cult of personality meets whatever it is that Biden is going to actually put out, and the candidates are going to run underneath Biden are going to put out. So the last thing in the world you want to do, because especially considering the fact that in this day and age, especially after Donald Trump has been president, we have to deal with election deniers and stop the steal and voter intimidation and things of that nature. So if you're going to get these people to come out, it can't just be for a targeted thing. People are multifaceted. Urban voters are multifaceted. Rural voters are multifaceted. So there is a way to instead of using micro targeting, which is what the Republicans are going to do anyway, there is a way to cater your beliefs. And just like you were saying, Chris, it should be on the website. But if it's on the website, you should be saying that everywhere. Everywhere you go, it should be said.
No, there's something that you really brought up, which I just really clicked something in my head that I've been having a major problem with in the Democratic Party. And I think we're really in agreement here. It's called mass communication. Your mass communication messages are not micro-targeted. Micro-targeting is knowing that you are a veteran and you're not just a person of color, but you're also a veteran. So Joe Biden is going to micro-target you with an ad about passing the PACT Act. Reality is that's probably going to motivate you, right? Like that's great. And that's going in Facebook and that's micro-targeting you as an individual. Going on 100.3 and somebody like me is listening to it, right? Let's go back to those demographics.
Yep.
You're not micro-targeting. I think it's like we'll go out there and talk about very divisive issues that people are polarized on because we think we're micro-targeting, or we go even worse on television, on the news where everybody's watching it. And that's micro-targeting means you're targeting one person. You target them with a mailer. You know all the things about that one individual. And you can say these are things that maybe they, these are the people who've said, maybe we called you and you said, hey, veterans are a top issue. Just going to use you as an example. And so you're going to be targeting that. Maybe you said something else was an issue. Maybe it's food insecurity. So we know it's food insecurity. Whatever, that's micro-targeting. And what Democrats do a poor job at is they try to look at, like, they use, oh, well, the radio stations is where I'm going to do it, or I'm going to do it on this way, I'm going to do it over here. And then I will get the most generic mailer. It cracks me up. I will get micro-targeted on the radio station, but then I get a generic, like, you get the generic mailer, right?
Yes.
And it's like, well, you can
I've got a
talk
bunch
to
of them.
me specifically in a mailer. You can look at the data and specifically talk to me with that mailer and figure out all this stuff, right?
Yep.
But then you're going to go, like, so the micro-targeting is done. If you're going to do it right. Either go micro-targeting or go with a generic messaging. Or the right way to do it, do your generic messaging to the general public. Marketing tells us this propaganda piece, that there's no such thing as the general population. And it's a horrible propaganda piece. You have to know who you're targeting. This is the exact person we're targeting. And we make up these tropes and it creates things where it turns people off, right? It turns people off. Like, I know what you're talking about. Like, when I turn on and I'm like, oh, you're targeting me because I'm listening to this radio station, whether it be, and it kind of, that goes against the grain of, people don't feel unified, right? Like, I want to hear, when I'm turning on the radio, a really unified message, right? You want to hear, like, hey, this is how I'm going to represent everybody, right?
Yep.
And you don't, and I think we've gone too far into that targeting.
And the thing is, we were talking about Joe Manchin earlier, or Jeff was talking about Joe Manchin. I really do hope that Warnock does win, so we can take some of that power out of Manchin and Sinema's hands.
Amen. Yes.
Yes. The issue that I'm having is that it should have never came to that in the first place. Like, the Democratic Party is having as much of an identity crisis as the Republicans are. This was a Hail Mary pass. This was we almost lost this, and they could eventually lose this. They could.
But hang on, hold on a sec. I mentioned this earlier before. I want to push back from a historical point of view. With the exception of, I think, a whopping 4 years, from Roosevelt to Reagan, more specifically until 1994, Democrats controlled Congress, period, end of story. So this myth, granted, it has played out since 94, but this myth that throughout the entirety of the history of the United States, that a Democratic president midterm loses hundreds of seats between the House and Senate, that a Republican president midterm loses hundreds of seats between the House and Senate. History simply doesn't bear it out, period. It doesn't. So is this a media-driven narrative? Is this and it would be valid, by the way, for what I'm going to say, I think, my belief, since 94, since the Gingrich era, since the contract on America, that it has become a trend that So then we say for 2024, in the last 30 years, a president of one party gets his head handed, his or her head handed to them in a midterm. Because from the Republican Great Depression to 94, it simply wasn't the fact, period.
Yes.
As I said,
No,
I think you had Republicans that took control of the House for, I want to say, no more than 6 years, for a 60-year period. Congress was the exclusive purview of Democrats.
But I agree with you with that. But Republicans did make inroads, usually in the 2 years when the Democrats were president. And 98
Not
and
flip. We
2002,
now,
but 98
we
and
now use the
2002
media narrative that there's going to be a flip.
But 98 and 92, 2002, pushed back against that. So actually, historically, Bill Clinton picks up 5 in 98, and 2002 pushed Bill. So I think, like, actually, honestly, I see where you're saying about Democrats controlling before 94, but I would also say that the late 90s and early 2000s kind of showed us something different. And I think there are contexts of the environment. And the environment's a very strange, I want to be real here and not just through our priority lens. The environment is whack. There are just so much going on with COVID and mega and all these inflation and everything that I kind of think sometimes we do have to take that it's going to be hard for us to make accurate analysis with so many things going on that I want to be upfront. I'm arguing for truth, not necessarily arguing for my points to be right. That's really, and I think that's what we should really talk about as the Democrats, because I think that's really the difference between Democrat and Republican. Democrats are arguing to be true.
I guess I just
right.
I guess I just raised the question as, again, these broad strokes, right? That every time we get to a midterm of any presidential term, Republican, Democratic, Martian, doesn't matter, that, well, we're going to see a massive change in whomever is controlling Congress. If the opposite party controls it from the beginning of the term, well, then the margins are just going to increase. It's just a fact. It's just the way it is. It's been this way in our country forever. Well, bull, no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't, period. No, history doesn't bear that out. So instead of telling us what's going to happen, and how many Democrats stayed home thinking, oh, well, hell, it's going to be a red wave anyway. How many Republicans stayed home, to be fair and to try to be balanced, at the midterm of Trump's term or the midterm of George W. Bush's? Oh, and by the way, George W. Bush had 3 congressional election cycles where nothing changed.
Yep.
So that, I just put that out there. When the hell do we look at history? For God's sake, when do we look at history? Washington was not freaking out halfway through his term that the whole Congress is going to change. It didn't. And Democrats dominated Congress, the Article 1 branch, from the Republican Great Depression through the Reagan administration, through 8:06. I need to reset. We're in our final hour. Aren't you guys lucky? We're in our final hour. You must be happy. You must be happy. I have to thank everybody who's been on Facebook listening. The numbers have been quite high. As I told you at the beginning of the program, I get overly obsessed, and Sergeant Mack has warned me of this over and over and over again, that I get overly obsessed with the number of people that are watching live. Stop making noises, phone. Hang on, Randall. I'm resetting the program. Hang on. Wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information, or stay right where you are. We're privileged and very, very humbled that you allow us to be part of your little corner of the Facebook universe. And I say little corner because the Facebook universe is freaking enormous. So anyone who shares our program, person, group, page, anybody, We're grateful if you allow us to be part of your area. We love it. Thank you. It's how we grow. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page, hot101.net. That's our name and web address. The gentleman on your screen right now, his program follows ours immediately at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central. No, 8 p.m. Central. Why did I do that wrong? Let me try that again. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, where he is. And of course, that would be 6 p.m. Pacific Time. And yes, one day I actually said Specific Time. I don't know why that happened. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I just can't talk. Never good for the radio.
If I dip out, you know why. I
do. You got to go get ready. I get it. And that's why it's kind of you to be here, because you do have stuff. I know that you need to get ready, and I'm always appreciative.
Wait, you get ready for a show? That's
yeah, you do prep occasionally. I occasionally do prep.
Jeff, we need him to. We need to hire him as a consultant.
It doesn't show, but I do prep occasionally
for a higher quality show. I'm taking notes.
Two fools do show prep. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn Radio app. And you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And of course, TCP, the Culture Professional from Lancaster, PA. Randall, go ahead. I believe the gentleman will be able to hear you. I do not know if you will be able to hear them. I tried to fix the phone problem from last week. I do not know if I have been successful. So you ask your question. If you cannot hear the gentleman respond to you, I would suggest that you hang up and return to the radio. Apologies for the phone issues. It's been nothing but a pain in the bum for about the last 4 months. But I think let's give it a shot. Go ahead, Randall. Floor is yours.
Hey, good to see you, Jeff. Thomas, the villain Bishop. So back. Bro, I've been watching you since I've been turned on by Jeff every friggin' week. Brother, you know, I grew up in Kansas till I was age 10. When my father was transferred from Boeing to here in southeastern PA, when Boeing bought Vertol helicopter. And my father retired from there. Now, yeah, he retired on his cancer deathbed. But my father was the first Boeing employee to reach 50 years. And on his deathbed from cancer, he got a 60-year pen from Boeing.
A pen.
No one that works for Boeing will ever, ever, ever reach that thing. And my father grew up in Springfield, Missouri, on a homestead outside of Springfield, which my grandfather, Sampson, lost in 1938 to the banks. And my father was beginning his senior year at Missouri State in Columbia, and in animal husbandry, to take back science to the homestead. Anyway, my father dropped out of 3.5 years. He dropped out of college from the University of Missouri.
Same here.
Excuse me.
Ran out of money.
And worked for Boeing in Wichita, Kansas. Anyway, I love you, bro. Number one.
What's the question for the guys?
A lot of family in Missouri. Number one. But Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for getting this incredible group of people here.
No. Wait. No. I'm gonna wait. Don't thank me. You thank them for being here, because they are. I'm very.
Obviously, I'm thanking Christopher and Jordy and Thomas. I'm obviously, and I can't remember the young lady,
Matthew and Carmina,
that was on earlier. But in any case, I've been listening to the whole show. I've been commenting on that other side of information, the whole show. I am flabbergasted to what happened on Tuesday, because as a lifelong as a 70-year-old lifelong Democrat, as a 45-year-old local Democratic committee person, as a person that has ran and majority have lost against Republican candidates throughout my life, but have won occasionally for public offices. Yeah, there's hope. There's real hope, folks. And Thomas, I just want to say, your comments on micromanaging,
Targeting.
or targeting micromanaging,
Mm-hmm.
Senator-elect Belderman here in PA, he did not do that. He went to all 67 counties here in PA and said the exact same friggin' message.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
And
And
that's
Christopher can
correct.
back, and Christopher can certainly, Chris worked on the campaign. He can back that up. Randall's right. He used the same message everywhere he went. I mean, there might have been, the order of things might have changed, but the message was the same. Every county, every vote, cannabis, protect Social Security, it was all, he was right. Yeah, Randall's spot on. It was the same message. He's right. He's right.
And that's the beauty of, say whatever, anybody can say whatever they want to about John Fetterman, size, the fact that he wore the hoodies and what have you. But John Fetterman, he had an idea what he wanted to say. And
Randall, can you hear Mac?
You got the problem fixed, Jeff. Thank you.
Oh, I did get it. Okay. All right. Let's let him finish. I apologize, Sergeant. Let's let Sergeant Mac finish.
But that's the thing. Fetterman stayed, when they say stay on message, Fetterman stayed on message through everything. Through everything. I didn't even realize the man had a stroke until I saw the debate between him and Oz. Because it didn't matter where he was. It didn't matter how big the crowd was. Fetterman stayed on message. Now, imagine, if you will, the new slate of Democratic progressive candidates that can pull that off the exact same way, whether it's you're running for state Congress, you're running for state Senate, you're running for the governorship, you're running for U.S. Senate, you're running for U.S. Congress. If you can pull a Fetterman, because I'm honest, I think people are going to be looking at John Fetterman's campaign. They're going to be studying it in political science courses from now on, because
Absolutely.
I mean, I knew exactly who that man was. I didn't know how to pronounce his last name. I'm not gonna lie. I said, it's John something. But here he is, 6'8". He's got the hoodies on. He's not, if he did have those campaign advisors that tell him what to do, I don't think he listened to them. But he stayed on message. And when you look at him, whose positions never changed, then you look at Oz, who, dude, you were a doctor on television. Why are you out there with guns? Stop it. Stop playing.
Yeah.
Fetterman never changed. To me, that is the prototypical way to run a campaign. What you say is going to be, if you can say it in an urban area, you can say it in a rural area. If you can say it to white people, you can say it to black people, you can say it to Hispanics. That is how you run an election. That's why the win by John Fetterman wasn't even a shock to me. I was not shocked when I saw the returns come in. I'm like, duh, of course he did. Of course he did.
Randall, I'm gonna let the guys answer your question, okay?
Good.
Thank you, my brother. I love you.
All right.
Stay healthy.
You too, bro. And hey, Thomas, you should open your show up to call in.
Are you gonna beat the poor man up? He came to visit me. Now Randall's gonna beat him up.
I'm working on it. I promise you. I'm working on it.
Bless, bro. God bless.
Thank you, my brother.
So
Go ahead, guys. Thanks, Chris. Thank you. Go ahead, brother. Go.
I want to think back to 2016. Fetterman loses. 2016 election, Fetterman loses. And one of the things that has made candidates stronger are they have a primary, they don't just get a coronation. Right, Fetterman had to fight for the primary. He had to go through there. He had a lot of different types of candidates running with a good, strong candidate field. He had to run for lieutenant governor. He went to school and studied policy. He studied a lot of this stuff, and he built himself up. So I think sometimes we forget about the character. And one of the things that really, experiences matter in forming leadership, to be able to do a lot of these different, who else would come on but Cole Goodman? I think that's a great example of somebody who has character and keeps fighting and wins. Like, oh my goodness, could we not bring back a better candidate? He kept on state committee, he's ran multiple elections in red areas, and he's gone
And
out
he
there.
can coach the hell out of a football team. Let's just be blunt.
Yeah, and I think
Right.
that,
Can we be honest? The man can coach football. All right. Huh. Can we just say? By the way, Sergeant, the gentleman on, I think, is either to the side of you or underneath you. I'm not sure. That gentleman right there, you will want to talk to at some point in your.
Jeff, I take offense. Cole Goodman is beneath no one.
That is correct. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you the way the Zoom looks, man. Let's go speed up the host.
Hi
Cole,
guys, it's really good to see everybody. It's really good to see everybody.
Well, Cole, welcome back to the program. I want to ask you the general question that I have asked everybody else. And then, gentlemen, I'd like to have a discussion perhaps in the last half hour about, this supposed, fragmentation and so on inside the Republican Party. But first, Cole, first off, congratulations on your football season. Brilliant. 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 And let me ask you just your general takeaways from what is becoming the end of the 2022 cycle. I understand there's still a couple of things that have to start themselves out. I know we have a runoff in Georgia, but generally speaking, a little bit of broad brush. What are your takeaways from the 2022 election cycle? Be they here in PA or nationally?
So here in PA, very, very happy mostly overall. As a Dem, and I'm sure as everyone on this call can relate to, I don't like getting like super over the moon because, down the road, we don't know what could happen or what's going to happen. But for this year, very happy with our statewide elections. I would like to mention something that I think that needs huge upheaval and renovation, and that's our DCCC. We had a very competitive race out here, in Dauphin, Cumberland, and York against insurrectionist Scott Perry. And it seems, if I'm being very candid, the DCCC will only back a candidate if they fit into their parameters, which out here usually means being white, moderate, and you're going to shut up and do what they say. That's wrong. That's very, very wrong. And so I just wanted to point that out and put that out there. But overall, with Josh and John and Austin, I think we did great. I'm a very loving person, and I try to be very loving towards everyone, but I absolutely despise Doug Mastriano. So that felt so good. I mean, that one was just personal for everyone, I'm sure, on the call as well. So overall, okay, but there's things we still need to tweak, and we need to just keep our foot on the gas. Like, we can't be like, oh man, this turnout's going to be the same either next year or for 2024. Oh God, don't even get me started on 2024. But I hope that answered your question.
We'll be starting on that on Monday.
Okay.
And can I just quickly mention today, Cole, how about the lads? Extra time winner by an 18-year-old kid. I'll have it. I'll have it every day of the week.
I'll have it too. For sure.
I want to ask you guys, I want to break into a topic here. I was going to try to hold it till the half hour, or bottom of the hour, but I have an opening, so I'm going to take it.
Hey, Jeff, I want to inject one more sports thing before you change.
Oh, please.
Topics.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because, this will introduce some controversy, which always helps ratings. I pointed this out in my job and almost lost it, that like the Astros may have helped us because there was a scenario where if Philly had won the World Series, it would have meant a parade on Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday of election day or the day after, which would have been a nightmare for trying to get out the vote. So I didn't want the Phillies to lose. I said that the Astros need to take them to 7 games. The Phillies took that a little too close to heart.
Dear
So
God, would the city have been that stupid?
Yes.
Oh, blimey.
I mean, I don't know for sure. It's just a scenario we were kicking around. So I realized that it broke a lot of people's hearts for the Phillies to not bring it home. And then I'm a big Union fan, so that was a double whammy because we lost the MLS Cup. But I will trade both of those as Cole.
In the worst way possible, too. Yeah, the worst way
I will trade both
possible.
of those every year for the rest of my life to keep Doug Mastriano as far away from power as possible. That man. That
well,
man
actually,
is one of the scariest. Cole's right. He's one of the scariest politicians I've seen.
This question might take us to the bottom of the hour, and then hopefully we'll spend the last half hour on the one big question that I have going forward. I always try to end the program with a look ahead. Even though this program has been a look back, and it should be, let's try to look forward toward the end. But I do want to ask about, we know for a fact, the pictures are out there. The reporting has been out there. Everything's been out there. That Mr. Mastriano was not just at the insurrection. He used campaign money to pay for 6 busloads of people to go to the insurrection. Sergeant, thank you for being here, brother. Every time I ask, you're here. You're way too kind with your time. And that gentleman, Mr. Goodman, you're going to want to have on your program and talk to him.
Hey,
I guarantee you.
Goodman, reach out to me. I got you.
I guarantee you.
I will.
By the way, Sergeant, I'm not holding my breath here, but whenever you come to the Lehigh Valley, invitation has been open for what, 2 years? My God, man.
2 years, man. 2 years.
Well, get ready. Everybody's going to tune in right after us. Have a great one. We'll be there. So not only did Mr. Mastriano, not only was he there, he used campaign money, by the way, which is illegal, to take 6 busloads of people. There's pictures of him going through the barriers. We know that Mr. Perry was in the January 5th hotel meeting to plan everything. He was the one that was pushing Jeffrey Clark to become the new acting attorney general, where it seems as statewide people did make that a consideration in their vote for Mr. Mastriano. How does Mr. Perry get reelected? And I know that part of it, the obvious answer is simply to say voter registration. But when the evidence is that plain, that drop dead right in front of you plain, how does he get reelected? What does it say about Pennsylvanians in general that a guy who plotted a coup gets reelected? Simply because he has an R after his name, or because they didn't think it was serious, or what does it say? How does that happen? Anybody who wants it.
Being from Perry's district, I don't get it. I actually really don't get it. He doesn't even come into our communities. It's not like he's like a congressman that is, crazy on the Hill, January 5th, January 6th, but then, on the back end is coming into the city of Harrisburg in Dauphin County. We really don't see him that much other than sporadic times during election year. I will say, in defense of this election cycle, we had a scenario where there was someone else who was going to be running for Perry's seat who ran previously, but then pulled out at the very last minute. And when I tell you that we only had a few days to come up with 2 candidates who wanted to run in the primary, both candidates only had days to get a congressional campaign off the ground, which that was a very, well, I won't rehash spilt milk, but that was a very unfortunate scenario to be in. So we just have to, all 3 county parties here have talked, we have to start now in defeating Scott Perry, because it is an R5-6 district, but we have areas in this district that if the vote turns out, we can win.
Have your primary inside Democratic circles now don't have one in May of 2024 and get a candidate. Primaries are overrated. But I want to ask you about, well, Chris, you probably have I should let you two actually jump in on that. How does that happen? What does it say about Pennsylvania that someone is obviously seditionist as Mr. Perry? Clearly, obviously, it's out there. This is not speculation anymore. How does that happen?
But
How does he
Jeff,
get reelected?
I don't live in his district, and I mean, I knew he was adjacent to it, but not nearly to the level that Mastriano was. So, are you sure that it's so, like, that he's tied to it as much as Mastriano was?
The January 6th committee subpoenaed him to find out why he was in the hotel room on January 5th.
They took his phone too.
They took his phone. Other searches, I think they took a computer from him as well. Other
did he-
January 6th witnesses, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word witnesses. Other witnesses said, oh yeah, he was there in the room. He was the one that found Jeffrey Clark inside the DOJ and tried to get Trump to make him a deputy attorney general so that Clark would then go around the country invalidating election results and seizing machines.
Right, but Cole or Chris, you're in Chester County, but Cole, I mean, did Scott Perry make, election integrity a central theme of his campaign the way Mastriano did? I mean, Mastriano asked for people to look into that, by making that part of his campaign.
No, so Perry ran either deflected or ran away from that as much as he could and was very silent on it. Also, it's just to add to the conversation, he really didn't do that much campaigning as much as he usually does this time. He really took a step back because I think he realized the more I'm out there, the more spotlight's going to be on me. So he only showed up to one debate. He took a step back. He had a few TV commercials, but he kind of let the silence be more of the speaker than him being out there as much as he has in the past.
Somewhere out there, there's a parody of Sound of Silence.
Yeah,
Hello,
somewhere.
Perry, my old friend.
Chris, what do you think?
I'm gonna get some interesting stuff on this one. Many, many years ago, I get a letter from a former lieutenant colonel of mine. He found out I was active in the Democratic Party. And he said he didn't want to send me this by email. He wanted to send me this in a letter. And he detailed out basically how Scott Perry was an evil genius. This guy, by the way, this lieutenant colonel was a registered Republican who said, you need to do what you need to do to stop this. This is before Trumpianism. This is, I guess 2000. I forget when it was. I forget. I get a letter in the mail and and he explained to me how he worked with him in the military and he's not an idiot. He's very hard to work with personally, he said. He didn't get along with him ever. But he knew strategy. And, I just remember
that deep breath said a lot.
In my head for a long time. I just remember thinking to myself, I didn't know who he was, by the way. I did not know who this candidate was. And I get this letter in the mail and thinking to myself, am I being ordered to take this guy down by an officer? This is in my mind, I'm this is just, and people were all shocked about it. And people, when they started hearing things about it, I'm not shocked by it. And so people, yes. Oh, it's out there in the public. We all consume news.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting news fed to them in an R5 district. I mean, I'm sure Harrisburg voted against him. I'm assuming, right? Cole, the city of Harrisburg.
Yeah, I would hope.
Maybe in a place where they can have access to real information. But you got to realize, in these rural areas, they are under conservative propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way when I did a study in grad school about about Pennsylvania politics, and it was very interested in talking with the organizers on the ground. And it was even from like Chester County and Lancaster, wherever it was, they all talked about this what I call this bubble. They bought up all the media in rural America, and it's controlled by right-wing outlets. And so, yeah, how can that be? And that's why shows like this are important. That's why it's important that we talk about, I think, to counter why you have to put rural up there, because they're living under a propaganda machine where Democrats don't care about rural America. They believe that, and it is, and I wonder, Cole, like, if you might have a little more insight, because you ran Dauphin County wide, right? So what is that like in the more rural areas like for you? Do you run into people who are just like completely in like a bubble where they don't get to see the truth?
You are 110% correct. I mean, the first of all, when I would go up to doors, the fact that a Democrat was even at their door was like literally the biggest mind-blowing thing ever. I got like 3 or 4 shotguns at doors, I think, like maybe 3 or 4. But the bubble is real. I actually have a video on my phone I was watching with my campaign manager where there were little children that followed us down the street and were like, oh, Trump is the best thing ever. It followed us all throughout the whole borough. Little children with like no shoes on, living next to dilapidated properties, and like literally advocating for the people that literally don't want to help you. It was wild. It was the most eye-opening experience. So Chris, you're absolutely right with that assessment. It's a bubble. It absolutely is.
I call it, I think we live under all these realisms, capitalistic realism, but there is this conservative realism out there in rural America where they cannot envision anything except the Republicans being correct. And it was in the mid, like I was just, like, I grew up in an environment where it was just, you were Democrat, you were Republican. That's just what it was. Democrats were horrible on everything. And I would turn on WHYY PBS out in the Philadelphia market.
Mm-hmm.
Came from there. I would hear President Biden back when it was Senator Biden. And I like these Democrats better. I was like, and there was a lot of us who were all like, oh, well, we're blue dogs, because we're still conservative, but we're Democrats. They're all
I think that's what's so remarkable about millennials and Gen Z and the way that they came out and the numbers that they came out and the way that they voted. I know this might sound overly simplistic, but you guys all know how much history I try to talk about on this program. When you know nothing other than Reagan's America, when you know nothing other than trickle down, other than the fear, the prosperity doctrine, the supposed biblical prosperity doctrine that, God wants the rich to rule because he gave them all the money. And that this myth that if we just make the rich richer, everything will be great for the rest of us. When you know nothing other than that, for significant numbers of people to forgive the phrase, I don't have a better one, to wake up and say, wait, no, this isn't working. And to not have the experience of the New Deal to turn back on. I might be only 53, but the beauty of it is I only feel like I'm 153. That I remember a New Deal America. I grew up in it. Nixon didn't kill the New Deal. Reagan did. Nixon didn't help it. That's for damn sure. But even he signed the, we all know the old joke, even he signed the legislation to create the EPA. But that said, when you don't know anything other than Reagan's America, to come out in those kinds of numbers, and whether the Dobbs decision drove it or student debt relief, not forgiveness, I'm not forgiving students for going to, I'm not going to forgive students for going to college. No, we didn't forgive them anything. We relieved them of debt they shouldn't have. That said, I'm proud of that. I think that's the kind of thing that gives me hope, which I hate to. I really do have a question I don't want to forget, but that does give me hope that you didn't grow up in an equal America, but yet you're fighting for it. That's brilliant.
Jeff, could I just comment on just one thing you said? You said that there are a lot that only know of Reaganomics. I actually would add on to that in saying there is a huge swath of not just rural population, but just everywhere that only knows Trumpism. There's a lot of people that just kind of same with us with Obama 08, where we got a huge amount of Dems, added on to the team and the structure. Trump did the same thing, in my opinion, with the Republican Party. So there are people that only know Trumpism when it comes to governance and politics, and Reagan, absolutely dangerous. Like I will never. I agree with you, but Trumpism, insurrection, is deadly and toxic, right? And
America's fascism.
And unfortunately, gentlemen, I am going to have to jump off because it's date night with my girlfriend. And since we had the whole election, I wasn't there. So I have to be on time for date nights now. But I want to thank all three of you, Jeff, Chris, and Jordy, for all that you do year after year after year. Y'all are consistent. And that's what we need in the party. People like you who are consistent every single election cycle, no matter what's up, no matter who's running. Like, you guys are getting out the information and the ideas, and you keep the party going. You really do. You keep people like you guys and leaders like you guys keep it going. So, and Jeff, you're just like, I don't know if you get told this enough, but I wish I had a fraction of your energy for justice and equity. I really, really do. So thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Well, like I started the program, I must be getting somewhere. I'm always worried that anybody's listening, that we're achieving anything, but somebody threatened to kill me last week, so I must be getting somewhere. Yes, sir. Coming to burn my house down, apparently. But listen, come back and talk about the World Cup with me.
All right. I got you, bro.
Kick off in a week. Kick off in a week.
I'm down for that.
We'll
go France.
We'll take a break from this and let's talk football for a while. Cole, thanks for being here, mate. Please tell your girlfriend that I appreciate the time.
Did she send the police to get you? It sounded like she sent the police for date night. You better not be late. You better not be late.
No, I live by the police station in Harrisburg, so that siren's going all the time. But thank you guys.
Mate.
I love all of you.
Appreciate it.
Take care, Cole. Back to the question.
Chris and Jordy, we have 20 minutes left. I'm thinking maybe 15 minutes on this question. I'll wrap up the final 5. We hand it off to Sergeant Mack afterwards.
Sure.
Trump's Republicans versus the quote unquote regular Republicans. It's something that Sergeant Mack brought up, and I wrote it down because I wanted to ask about it. There's been a lot of media speculation as we continue through this cycle, especially after Tuesday, about what is the future of the Republican Party. It's been focused largely on Trump-backed candidates, the DeSantis, and so on and so on. But while I think we can have this discussion about the forward face, the public face of the Republican Party, such as it is, I would consider it a corporation. I don't think it's a functioning party. The policies, if you will, if you can actually say that they have any, are no different. The goal is still to take every last dollar, every last penny, and send it toward the top. It's to dismantle government as we know it. It's to make the commons, schools, post offices, water systems, electrical systems, roads, everything profitable. Everything is private and profitable. You can't go to school unless you can pay for it. You can't see a doctor unless you can pay for it. You can't drive on a road unless you can pay for it. So does it really matter who the front face of the party is? Is it not Democrats generally job to say there is no difference as to what Republicans want to do to you, because they certainly don't want to do anything for you. Republicans going forward, Trump v. Republic be regular. What are your thoughts on that generally?
Chris?
Whoever wants in first. It's good for me.
I think that,
or do you not disagree, or do you just disagree with the premise of the question generally?
well, I mean, I think earlier, I've heard him referred to by about 5 names. Sergeant Mac.
Sergeant Mac.
Okay, Sergeant Mac. You know, he said something about a moment of reckoning, or
yeah.
And
well, that's what made me think of this. He talked about a moment of reckoning for the Republican Party that they have to now suffer.
I remember
what Trump has wrought on them, but to me, they're not going to do anything different. If it's Trump in front, if it's DeSantis in front, if it's McConnell, if it's Satan, it doesn't matter. What they're going to do is jam through a bunch of judges that are 20-something-year-old but never done anything. We're going to cut taxes. The answer to everything is cut taxes. Privatize.
Okay. Jeff, I have some. We know where you're going. You know, like I think we make a mistake that we act like the Republican Party is as coherent as you're describing it. Like, I agree with you in terms of the policy. At the end of the day, the policies that went out are the ones that favor the corporate oligarchy agenda. But I think that both parties are parties with deep, profound differences internally. And the Republican Party historically has a track record of papering over those differences and coming together, that we should be very careful to assume that there's a kind of fracturing. I mean, Mac didn't say this, or like a splintering, or like a third party. Like in 2002, I read Marcos Molitzaitis, the guy who founded Daily Kos, had a book that was like, Where Do We Go? I thought it was a really good book. And he talked about the theocratic wing of the party, the corporate wing of the party. And I can't remember what he said. I think he called them paleocons, but basically just kind of the hate filled. That's the same 3 core constituencies that are still there. And election after election after election. I mean, I've said this before, the Catholic Church and the Republican Party are 2 of the greatest examples of an organization overcoming its internal strife and external challenges and sticking together. So I think we should be careful. I'm not sure Mac was going there, but, you know, people imagine the Republican Party will fracture and we'll see a third party, a new party. So I just, you know, maybe, you know, everything's the same in American politics until it's completely different. You know, the Republican, the Republican Party came out of all of the craziness of the Whigs collapsing in the 1830s and 50s. But I just don't think it's necessarily imminent because of that track record. The thing is, and then I'll shut up, is like, in 2016, I totally agreed with this, that Trump was not, right, he was not a bug of the system, he was a feature. And so Trump was like the sort of concentration and the channeling of all of this drumming up of all of these fears, especially the fears that motivate the theocrats and the fears that motivate the xenophobes in the Republican Party. And so the corporate wing built up these bases to vote for them ever since the 80s. Like, that's my operating theory. And Trump was like finally in charge, right? Instead of it being somebody who was giving lip service, their own base was like roaring, like, give us what you promised us for 40 years. Rawr, we want it, you know? And
grabbing him and shaking him.
Yeah, they're like, we've been waiting for you to say the things in our heads.
Right.
And the key dynamic since 2018 is that base is so empowered. And here's the thing that I'm going to add. I have no evidence. I'm just sort of anecdotal. There are people who profit off of feeding that base, literally profit monetarily, media companies and others.
I want to build on
that. And that is the key dynamic, right? As long as those people keep making money off of that fired up Trumpist MAGA base, right, it's a problem. I will say that the collapse of Trump support in the Fox News circle starting on Friday, right, like that could accelerate very quickly and his legitimacy could shrink. But I would not write off that base and then a bunch of grifters who will make money off of that base in ways that put forth Trump candidates. Like, I think it's too soon to write the obituary of that.
Spot on. Chris, go ahead.
I think so. Historical context. In the 90s, you had Rush Limbaugh and you had Fox News. And the Republican Party had central messaging. They had a topic of the day, a word of the day. They had, right? What happened was with the internet, with the explosion of Internet 2.0, YouTube, it's fairly important. And now Newsmax. I went over to Fox News. It's all about, oh, everybody's in love with DeSanchez. It's this love fest. And there's this guy, and I've been talking to Republicans, and they love everything about Trump, but they don't like his tone. And yet, and they're all going for DeSanchez. Everybody's in love with DeSanchez. Okay. Yeah, fighting over Owen. So OAN kind of got killed off. But Newsmax, I go over to Newsmax. Newsmax is deconstructing Fox's calling out Fox's bullshit, which is really weird for me to hear, like this ultra conservative calling out the bullshit, particularly in this very like Midwestern Republican kind of way. So you can kind of like listen to it and it's very weird and creepy, like agreeing with. I'm like, okay, this is getting more and more scary. I don't like listening to these type of things, but really was agreeing with it. And then they're like, but Trump is still alive. And look at all the races Trump did win. And Trump called this out and Trump did that. And I'm still a mega supporter. The thing is, we always think it comes down to the economy. Everything's about the money. These people are rich already. You know what they want? They want power. Republicans, and not everybody, some people are going to be in the Republican Party for a transactional relationship. They're just going to throw some money at it and they're there. What I have found is that most of the time, and there's even studies that say this, that people are very turned offish to say that they're doing something for status. People getting their PhDs are very weird, will not say that they're getting their doctorate degree for the fact to be called doctor, even though it's when you dig deep, the motivation is there. So what's going on with that corporate profit at the same time? So some people they're gonna see we can defend Trump and make millions and billions of dollars. It's decentralized now. I can't even think of all the different, what about Breitbart? Anybody know what's going on? I didn't even look at Breitbart. Anybody know how they're covering it is? I don't know. But I'm sure there are people who woke up on election day reading whatever the messaging out there. I went to Newsmax. It's the opposite of Fox, just to prepare myself for this show. And you should see it's representative elect. And they brought this one Trump veteran as the flag in the background, everything. And well, I'm in R5 district, but I won by 10 points. And you got to do this. And people want an outsider and you got to do mega, and you've got to be a business person. Oh my goodness!
I'm sure
I think there's going to be more chaos in the Republican Party than before.
Again, outwardly facing it might be, but I don't even like to call them policies because they're really not policies. But I don't have a better word for it. But the agenda. Why don't I say that? I don't think the agenda is any different. The faces might change. The agenda is no different.
That's where I agree with you, but I think you're not focusing. Yeah, sure, we'll cut taxes, give ourselves more money, but that's not what's motivating a lot of people. A lot of people, I think the hatred comes from wanting to oppress people, to have power, right? If they marginalize a queer person, they have power over them. It's a dark side of humanity that we don't want to look at. And we're just saying, well, it's only for money, right? Republicans, I'm not doing this to oppress people. I'm only voting Republican because I want money, not because we're marginalizing women or objectifying, marginalized people of color, making women in their roles.
No,
quiet stuff out loud.
No, I get you. And if I misstated, I guess then that's on me. That's my fault. But I'm inside the party itself, the party structure and the people that own it, which is why I call it a corporation. I think the party structure and elected officials are employees of the people that own them. What they want is not going to change. It doesn't matter who's facing forward. The hatred that you're talking about is the way that we have to cabal these people to get their vote because there's not enough of them. So how do we draw in these very disparate constituencies? We use the division, we use the hate, we used to use abortion, but now a lot of them have walked away because, well, that's done and dusted.
See, we always say that there's these people that hate these other groups and that politicians are pandering to them. I think it's the opposite. I think it's the politicians giving those charismatic speeches, going out there, running in their face about why, you know, poor people are taken away from you and all this stuff. I think it comes from the other way, because I don't think people are even thinking about this half the time, right?
It could be. I hadn't thought of it that way.
And they're Fox News because, you know, they want the power. They like the power structure. They like the white power, straight white male, dominant power structure.
And the money that comes with it.
Because I mean, I've even seen Democrats power hungry, right? Like, look at it in our own party, how much power hungry it is. And maybe, you know, I just base it off that they're both things, right? And I think we really truly want to believe that these people who are going to be leading us, they're only doing it because they really want money, which we all want money, right? So we can understand that, right? And it's not for these evil, dark things. And I think it depends on the person. But I've been talking a lot. There's some other people on the show. I'll let them.
I want to say hi to Dr. Jonzia. She was kind enough, and I mean that in all sincerity, kind enough to have me on her program not once but twice last week, and let me ramble quite a bit, as I am wont to do. Shocker! I'm glad you're all sitting down. I rambled quite a bit, and even though we were coming to the end of the program, she was kind enough to jump in. I wanted her to say hello, talk to you briefly about her program. Now, look, one of the joys of Facebook is that programs air and they are automatically recorded. So even though the doctor is on same time as Sergeant Mack, there are room, trust me, there's room in your life for both. If you have to watch one of them recorded, then do it. But the important thing is that you watch them both. They are friends of mine. They are part of this program family. And it's part of the way that we grow each other's programs and get the word out about the good work that everybody does. So, Doctor, thanks for being here. Thanks for saying hello. I apologize that we've gotten so late into the program, but I at least wanted you to say hey and say hi to everybody and everything else. So please say hi as we get into our last 5 minutes before I have to sign off. But at least say hi. And thank you for letting me be part of your program this week. Twice.
Sure. Yes. And it was awesome. And thank you so much, Jeff, for inviting me tonight. And wish I could have joined earlier, but of course I had to do my intro for the show tonight and some other things, a Zoom meeting and stuff. So I wanted to jump on here. I did catch some of it earlier while I was multitasking and listening to the show and watching it at the same time doing other things. And so I heard your other guests, I think Matthew and Carmina. I heard them earlier. And hello, Jordy, how are you? Hey, Christopher, how are you doing? And so tonight, if you guys want to jump in at 9:30, my show comes on. It's via radio, via the telephone, so you have to call in. If I move my head out the way, the numbers on the screen there, 516-453-9133. That's at 9:30 p.m. And we're going to be talking about, like Jeff is doing tonight, post-election stuff. We're going to have a brief discussion on that. And then we're going to talk about the power of the almighty dollar, with two L's, the almighty dollar, the power of money. And if money controls the world, if billionaires control the world. And we're going to be talking about the different injustices and the different ills in this country, and how money plays a role in all that. So I invite you guys to come on and share your thoughts with that as well. And Jordy, what were you trying to say?
I'm such a Star Wars nerd, but like, you are channeling so much great Princess Leia energy with the hair tonight. It's like fantastic. And
it keeps going in and out, like,
that's part of it.
Like,
yeah.
whoa, now you see it, now you don't.
yeah. But it's fantastic. I mean, the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Money does.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and we'll definitely get together again.
Absolutely. You can always visit here, and I apologize. It got so late in the program, but I know you guys.
That's okay. I was only just able to get on now, so I apologize for not being able to get on sooner.
Well, we got 3 minutes, so hang on, and
yeah,
we'll wrap up. Jordy, last thought, go ahead real quick before I have to say goodbye to everybody. You good?
No, just actually, maybe it kind of relates to what I wanted to say to you about the agenda and the party. Like, and I'm saying this in a friendly way, but like you're highlighting the consistency of the agenda of the Republican Party year after year after year. And I would say, don't infer from that a consistency of internal cohesion and strategy and tactics, because it is a hot mess, I think, behind. But what's remarkable is the ability of the Republican key operatives to like hold it all together. Whether they'll be able to keep doing that, I don't know. Similar to the billionaires, I mean, yes, the money matters, but it's a big, complicated world. Like they have their hands in some really big levers, but they never have all the levers. We still have some.
So are you speaking to the Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line?
Yeah,
so they might have this internal split, but at the end of the day, when they go in the booth, they're going to pull the.
There is actually some interesting, and there's some interesting research about that. That there's just that they're more likely to have a mindset that wants to like follow a strong leader, whereas we want to argue about process. Only the Democrats would have a committee on committees, but
that's true.
But I mean, I think that there may be some pieces internally also about ideology, but maybe also I would want to know, but about specifically about even how the party is structured or how power is distributed within the two parties. But that is like if you're somebody who wants to study political parties, like I think this will be a really interesting moment, right? Because basically they have a base that they created. I mean, it's a Frankenstein story. They created this base, and now it wants to eat them being the Republican, like the key internal operatives, right? The people who wanted Jeb Bush. So Donald Trump is right when he says the party wanted to push Jeb Bush onto their primary base. They just didn't like him. So how are they going to manage this Frankenstein monster that they created? That's how I see it.
All right, ladies and gents, we're under 60 seconds. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank every single one of my guests: Matt Bilio, Carmina Taylor, Christopher Kowardovich, Jody Comas, Dr. Jonesia, Sergeant Mack, Cole Goodman. Franz has been listening in all night. Kristen downstairs. I will be with you next week on November 20th live. I got nothing planned. It could be very interesting. No guests lined up at the moment, but don't worry about that. Coming up, following us on my group page, That Other Side of Information, is Sergeant Mack, and on Hot 101, Dr. Jonesia takes over at 9:30. Yes, both shows are on. There's room for both. They're recorded. Get in there. And I will see you next week. Same time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Until then, for everybody at TCP, everybody at Hot 101, for April Riddick, and for Kristen and the new dog downstairs, take care of yourselves and each other. We love you. We appreciate you, and we will see you next week. Take care of yourselves. Have a great night. Sergeant Mack is next.